The old woman fell silent. Sunny and Nephis were somber too. It was too easy to imagine what vile acts those who lusted for power could commit in a world that rewarded murder with strength. In fact, the same vileness could have consumed the waking world, where absorbing the essence of slain humans was easier than hunting down countless nightmare creatures, if not for the government and people like Jet, who maintained order and suppressed the darker side of the awakened society with an iron fist. Things would have turned grim long ago. Legacy clans also played their part, preventing human enclaves in the dream realm from spiraling into lawlessness. Eventually, Sunny sighed and shook his head.
So, once your soul essence awakens and you can control it, the next step is to patiently work on forming the soul core. What happens then?
Ananka smiled and pointed to her chest, where the soul core of a human was usually located.
Accumulation of power. Ascension is a step of rising above one's mortal nature by improving the quality of their essence, and their body as well. This step can be slow if one refines themselves naturally, or fast if one improves their essence by absorbing the essence of stronger beings. Once the soul essence reaches a qualitative change, the soul core will reform itself and grow stronger as well. Of course, it won't happen without some conscious refinement either.
Sunny tilted his head.
How does one refine their essence exactly?
Ananka laughed.
It's not something I can explain in one conversation. There are methods and techniques, the knowledge of which has been accumulated over countless generations and is taught to disciples over many years. Even then, very few manage to succeed. Of course, all those who do succeed have to find the way into their soul sea first. Without the ability to enter the soul sea, it would take one many lifetimes to ascend, even with the best refinement technique.
She shook her head with a smile.
At least that is how it is for us humans. Some of the noble creatures have their own ways. They can possess multiple soul cores as well, and walk the path of ascension more naturally.
Sunny blinked a couple of times.
Wait, people have to learn how to enter their soul seas?
The old woman nodded matter-of-factly.
Of course. That is without the guidance of the nightmare spell. Weaver gave us mortals a gift that can hasten each step on the path of ascension, including the discovery of one's soul sea.
That's unexpected.
Everyone just assumed that being able to access the soul sea was a natural ability of all awakened, including sleepers. As it turned out, that was another thing that the spell had simplified for humans of the waking world.
Ruthless, relentless, and immensely effective. That is how the spell is.
He thought about it. The more Sunny learned about the nightmare spell, the more he realized how ingenious and cruelly effective it was in helping, forcing people to become stronger, and stronger still, until they either rose as high as they could, and higher than that, or died. For what purpose? He did not know. Nephis sighed. What about transcendence? Ananka nodded.
Transcendence is different. It is not just about accumulation. It is a step of profound transformation, where a mortal assumes the first qualities of the divine. The soul essence has to become much more potent. The soul core has to become much more voluminous. Most importantly, an awakened has to become one with the world and be recognized by it. Their soul has to be expanded beyond the confines of the body and fused to a small extent with the world. It is hard to explain with words. Forgive me.
Sunny tilted his head, thinking. Ananka's words did indeed sound very vague and esoteric, but he felt that he understood what she was talking about. It was like when St. Tyrus appeared and the sunlight seemed to shift a little, as if wishing to be close to her. The world itself responded to the transcendent, and even bent to their will sometimes. Then again, it also responded to a few people below the transcendent rank, like Nephis or Jet, or Sunny himself. That was peculiar. Ananka took a sip of tea and added, her voice bright,
Of course, the connection between a transcendent and the world is not all-encompassing. Rather, it is a connection to one or very rarely several aspects of the world, be it water, wind, shadow, light, or something else entirely. And therefore, the most important step an ascendant human has to take to achieve transcendence is to awaken their aspect.
Sunny and Nephis looked at each other in confusion.
Awaken their aspect? What do you mean?
The old woman coughed.
But that is exactly what I mean. That one must possess an aspect to transcend.
Sunny massaged his temples.
Wait, don't all awakened possess an aspect?
Ananka chuckled.
Of course not. Every awakened human possesses the potential to realize an aspect, but there are plenty of those who never do, maybe even most. However, the higher you rise on the path of ascension, the harder it becomes to move further without claiming your aspect, as well as your flaw. It is impossible to transcend without them.
That information was truly shocking. Neither Sunny nor Nephis could digest it quickly. Awakened without aspects. Was there such a thing? Sunny tried to remember every human he had fought in the first and second nightmares. Had all of them shown aspect abilities? He really couldn't remember. Or rather, he could not tell based on his memories. Nephis, meanwhile, frowned and asked, her voice full of contemplation, Why is it that only humans possess aspects? Why don't noble creatures have them as well? To the humans of the waking world, everything that was not a human was a nightmare creature. But of course, Sunny had learned a long time ago that this wasn't the case. There were humans, and there were creatures, like the original saint or nightmare. It was only after they succumbed to corruption did the noble creatures, as Ananka called such beings, become abominations. The problem was that there were only humans in the waking world, while every creature in the dream realm was already corrupted. That was why the concept of something that was not human but was also not abominable was hard to accept. However, in the ancient times, humans and noble creatures lived side by side. Nevertheless, the difference between them was the same. Humans could only rise in rank but possessed aspects, while noble creatures rose both in rank and class, but had no aspects of their own. So the question Nephis asked was indeed interesting. Ananka smiled.
Why, it is because noble creatures were created by the gods, while we humans weren't.
Sunny blinked.
Huh?
He did know that creating living things was an authority exclusive to the gods, which was why Nether's feat of making Saint and her people was so remarkable. Now, he learned that all creatures were the result of the gods exercising that authority. But what did Ananka mean when she said that humans weren't made the same way? Noticing their confusion, she chuckled.
Humans weren't created by anyone, and instead just appeared from the same stuff the gods were born from. It's just that if the gods were the flame, then we humans were tiny sparks that shot out as the bonfire was dying out. Nevertheless, we come from the same source, which is why all humans possess the potential to become divine, as well as the ability to awaken an aspect. Why is the path of ascension open to us?
Sunny frowned.
There was an ever-changing void where desire was born. From it came direction and the gods.
He still did not really understand the meaning of these mysterious words. But if Ananka was telling the truth, and not just retelling baseless myths, humans came from the desire and direction as well. just as the gods had. He shook his head.
All right, I can understand that. But why did you say that it's not only an aspect that is required to transcend, but also the flaw?
The old woman sighed.
Because one can't exist without the other. Imperfection is also an absolute law, just like death. And so, nothing is flawless. Even the world itself is flawed. Even the gods, who were born flawless, are not perfect anymore. And so we humans are flawed too.
She smiled and added, her voice calm.
But that is a good thing. Flawless things are perfect, and so they can never improve. They can never grow. They can only remain still and unchanging, which is no different from being dead. Being flawed is the essence of life, my lord and lady. It is also the essence of growth. After all, what is life if not a constant struggle to grow and improve?
Sonny almost choked on his tea. He had grown accustomed to Ananka being helpful and accommodating, so he did not expect her to become philosophical all of a sudden. Worse still, because of his own flaw. He had no choice but to answer her philosophical question.
What is life, huh?
He coughed.
Well, I don't know. To me, life is all about being rich and comfortable. Throw a little decadence in the mix, and it's even better. If I ever manage to build such a delightful life for myself, I'll be more than happy to never improve or grow apart from growing fatter, that is.
The old woman laughed.
That is a remarkable dream, my lord.
Nephis threw a burning gaze at him at the mention of decadence, then turned to Ananka. Then what about the next step? How does one become supreme? Her voice was tense. The old woman lingered for a while, then shook her head with a sigh.
That I don't know. There is no one left to teach me. I am sorry that I can't be of help.
Sonny shook his head.
No, you've already been very helpful. We learned a lot from you.
Ananka smiled.
In that case, thank you for this meal, my lord and lady. I've been blessed by your grace. Rest well tonight.
She rose and added, her voice tinged with melancholy.
Tomorrow we sail to the center of the city.
After she left, Sonny and Nephis remained silent for a while. Both were thoughtful, pondering the startling truths of how the ancient humans walked the path of ascension before the nightmare spell. Eventually, Sonny sighed.
It seems that awakening took a lot longer before, but was not nearly as fatal as it is with the nightmare spell.
Nephis nodded silently. He scratched the back of his head and added,
I'm more curious about something else, though. If it is possible to awaken without the help of the spell, then why has no one accomplished just that in the waking world? Why were there no awakened in our history?
She frowned. Maybe it is because the waking world has nothing to do with the dream realm and functions according to a different set of laws. Or maybe there were awakened in our history, but their stories have become mere myths. Nephis shook her head and added, her voice uncertain, It would not be surprising if the possibility was there, but no one has ever managed to grasp it. After all steps except the first one, gaining the ability to sense your essence, require some kind of knowledge, forming the core, refining essence, expanding the soul. You wouldn't be able to do it blindly. For the ancient humans of the dream realm, it was not too hard to gain that knowledge. All they had to do was observe the awakened creatures or learn directly from one of the deities.
Sonny nodded. But those deities are all long dead. There were only humans in the waking world, and so they had no one to learn from. and no one to show them that there was something to be learned. Yes, it is a good theory. The theory that our world is simply different from the dream realm is also good, as well as that there were actually a few awakened in history. They're all good theories. Which one do you think is the correct one?
Nephis lingered before answering. After a while, she sighed. There's no way to tell. We still know too little about the dream realm. We also don't know how the nightmare spell infected our world and why. But personally, I don't buy that there has always been a connection between the two. If so, then why is the waking world so isolated, so unique, so singular? She shook her head. Why are there no similarities in the languages, the myths, the traditions? Why has there never been an awakened creature on Earth before the nightmare spell? No soul shards, no sorcery, no aspects and no flaws. Why was there no corruption? Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking. Then he said tentatively,
Maybe it was created as a sanctuary or an ark. If so, then perhaps it is precisely because there were no awakened, no soul shards, no sorcery, and no aspects, that there was no corruption.
He shrugged with a sigh.
As for the languages and myths, I don't know. To be honest, I don't really believe in that sanctuary stuff. I just said what came to mind. You are right. Our world is the only place that was drastically different from the dream realm before the nightmare spell infected it. We don't know anything about anything. So how would we know the reason why?
Sunny shook his head and rose to wash the dishes.
In any case, I'm tired, and it is time to rest. Where are you going to sleep?
Nephis gave him a long look. Is there a particular reason you're asking? Hearing that, he almost dropped the dirty plates.
I just want to know which room you chose. To pick a different one.
He huffed, glanced at her, and grinned.
Although...
But Nephis was already standing up. Good night. A few moments later, she was gone. Sunny remained standing for a while, alone in the empty chamber. Eventually, he sighed.
How come I'm the only one doing dishes?
The next day, they were already on the way to Weave, back on the ketch.
Look.
The ketch was flying across the water, its sails full of wind. Sunny was standing at the bow, staring into the distance curiously. Nephis was a few steps back, sitting on the deck with her eyes closed. Hearing his voice, she opened them and looked ahead. There, a floating city was slowly appearing from beyond the horizon. Weave. It was much larger than Sunny had imagined, with countless artificial islands connected together to form a single whole. There was a network of canals between the various districts that served as roads, and a forest of narrow towers rising into the sky. Most of them were wind catchers, just like the tower of the House of Parting was. Some blades still rotated, some were broken and still. Torn scarlet fabric fluttered in the wind. The architecture of Weave was varied and airy and beautiful. Some buildings were constructed out of stone, some seemed to be carved of ivory. Some were pavilions of sun-bleached bright silk. There were districts with homes and houses, groves of fruit, and even entire city ships, taken entirely by a single elegant palace or a solemn temple. Some distance away from the residential districts, separated from them by a wide stretch of water, were vast floating fields and gardens. Bathed in the light of the seven suns, the floating city was strange and fantastical. However, neither Sunny nor Nephis were enchanted by its dreamlike beauty, because above all else, Weave seemed eerie and forlorn. The tall wind catchers were still or broken. The streets and canals were empty, with no soul in sight. The groves were overgrown and wild, while the fields were desolate and empty. Some city ships were drifting apart, their mechanisms broken, while others were tilted and partially submerged in water. It was a ghost town. Strangely, though, while some buildings bore scars or had collapsed, most were intact. This was not the picture of destruction and devastation that they had imagined.
"Welcome to Weave, my lord and lady."
Ananka's voice sounded slightly mournful. It also sounded very different from before. There had been a time when her voice was weak and creaky, like dry wood. Now it was bright and melodious, like a clear stream.
Right.
Sunny still felt rather strange when talking to the current Ananka. The old priestess. No, he couldn't even call her that anymore, because Ananka wasn't old anymore. Turning around, he looked at the young woman steering the ketch. She seemed only a few years older than Sunny and Nephis, if any. More than that, she was exquisitely beautiful, with her small stature and glistening ebony hair, dusky skin, and piercing blue eyes. Ananka looked like an enchanting river spirit. Her lovely face was lively and captivating, and her disarming smile was bright enough to illuminate the world.
Weird. It's weird.
Sunny was deeply uncomfortable for the last couple of days because of how young Ananka had become. On top of that, despite being 10 times his age, she seemed too earnest and even slightly naive. That was the person he had been calling grandmother. With a sigh, Sunny tried to shake off the feeling of incongruity and asked in a strange tone,
"Haven't you told us that Weave was destroyed, Ananka? It doesn't seem damaged that terribly."
The young priestess remained silent for a while, then answered with a sad smile,
"There is more than one way to destroy a city, my lord."
With that, she moved the steering oar and sent the ketch flying toward the central district of the eerie city of Weave, where only the wind disrupted the ghostly silence and emptiness permeated the desolate streets. Soon they slowed down and entered one of the canals. Ananka whispered a few words, and the sails lowered themselves. Summoning her long harpoon, she stood up and used it as a pole to push the ketch forward. As it traveled deeper into the heart of the city, Sunny and Nephis silently watched the districts that floated past. Indeed, there were no living beings here, at least none that they could see. Nephis shifted slightly. "You said that Weave was devastated by a defiled. Is that still here?" Ananka slowly shook her head.
"No, but I've been absent for a long time. An abomination or two could have crawled out of the river to make a nest among the ruins. It is better to be careful."
Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other and silently summoned their weapons.
Just what the hell has happened here?
Eventually, the ketch reached an intersection of 2 wide canals. Ananka allowed it to drift for a dozen meters, then stopped at a small platform. There were stone steps leading from the platform to one of the central districts of the city, and after roping the ketch to a post, she lightly jumped down. Together, the 3 of them ascended the stairs and entered a wide plaza. It was desolate and partially submerged in water, with scars on the collapsed buildings hinting at a fearsome battle that must have taken place here a long time ago. Ananka, who had been strangely reluctant to answer their questions before, finally sighed and turned to face them.
"The defiled that destroyed Weave visited us almost half a century ago. However, the city did not die until a few decades after that."
Both Sunny and Nephis looked at her in confusion. How could a city be destroyed decades after it was attacked? The young priestess remained silent for a while, then gestured to the drowned plaza.
"This is where the battle ended, and the slaughter started. I've told you before that outsiders are vital to the existence of the river people. They are the oldest and most powerful among us. they are also the only ones who can travel unimpeded across the river. Without them, the cities would become completely isolated from each other. Well, that doesn't really apply to this city of exiles, since we were always on our own.
She looked down.
But since Weave is located close to the desolate future, we had to constantly defend ourselves from powerful corrupted. The elders were the only ones who could pursue and eradicate them. Otherwise, these horrid creatures could come and go as they pleased, retreating when wounded to attack again and again. So, that was how the Defiled destroyed our city.
Ananka gazed at the drowned plaza with a grim expression.
He simply killed every outsider in Weave. After the elders were gone, the rest of us were slowly driven to extinction. Some died fighting the corrupted. Some succumbed to sorrow and despair. The less of us there were, the harder it was to keep those who remained alive. Blow after blow, disaster after disaster. Eventually, despite all my efforts, Weave was no more.
The young priestess took a deep breath and turned to them with a sad smile.
The ships and the buildings remain, but without the people, they are just an empty shell.
She took a deep breath.
My lord, my lady, I told you that we must come here to gather supplies, but that was not entirely true. To be honest, I just wanted you to see Weave at least once, so that someone would remember it, remember us, even when the ships and the buildings are gone too.
Sunny felt his chest becoming heavy, but Nephis seemed to be affected more. Her face was motionless as usual, but there was a hint of darkness in her eyes. Taking a step forward, she placed her hand on Ananka's shoulder and gently squeezed it. She must have seen herself in the young priestess. The priestess of the nightmare spell in a city built by the followers of Weaver. That title must have carried incredible weight. It was very likely that Ananka had suddenly become the ruler of the decimated Weave after all the elders were slaughtered by the Defiled, only to see it wither and die, no matter how hard she fought to save it, just like Nephis had watched the village she built be swallowed up by the darkness in the second nightmare, until she was the only one left alive, just like Nephis had been the only one to survive. Ananka patted Neph's hand and smiled.
It's all right, my lady. It happened a long time ago anyway.
The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. Looking away, he asked in a perfectly even tone,
That Defiled, he must have been strong. If the outsiders were the most powerful among you, then not just any creature could have killed them all. Still, just in case I get a chance to meet him one day, is there any way I can recognize him? I'm going to kill that bastard.
He said the last part to himself. The young woman lingered for a while, then sighed.
Yes, my lord. It was not just any Defiled, indeed. The one who came to Weave is infamous enough that even we have heard of him. It was the Mad Prince.
He frowned.
The Mad Prince?
Ananka nodded.
He is called the Mad Prince, or the Prince of Madness. That fiend is one of the 6 plagues.
She shivered and looked away, as if suddenly uneasy.
The 6 plagues are not the most powerful of the Defiled, and neither are they the most ancient. However, they are the most feared and loathsome. Mad Prince, Soul Stealer, Undying Slaughter, Torment, Devouring Beast, and the most harrowing of them all, the Dreadlord. Everyone on the Great River has heard their names. They are also called the Heralds of the Estuary sometimes.
The young priestess frowned.
Some even say that the Dreadlord is the true ruler of Verge, and that all Defiled submit to his commands. If so, maybe he was the one who sent the Mad Prince to Weave. I doubt it, though. I'm not sure if that thing can be controlled by anyone, so he must have come of his own accord.
Nephis, who had been listening silently for a while, suddenly asked in a steady tone, "The Dreadlord is said to be the ruler of defilement? What about the First Seeker? What power do he and the other 5 plagues possess? What rank and class are they?" Ananka smiled helplessly.
I am sorry, my lady. Weave is far away from the other human cities, so whatever news used to reach us was vague and fragmentary. The First Seeker, no one had seen him in a long time. Some say that he has turned into a mindless mass of rotting flesh because of the defilement. Some say that he was severely wounded by the Serpent King and is yet to recover. Some say that the Dreadlord has subjugated and imprisoned him.
She lingered.
As for the 6 plagues, we knew very little of them. The Soul Stealer is said to possess the ability to wear the skin of those he kills. The devouring beast is immensely ferocious and feeds on human flesh. Torment is known for subjugating her victims to harrowing torture. Undying Slaughter is eternally consumed by insatiable bloodlust. No one has ever survived facing him, so his powers are unknown.
The young priestess smiled bitterly.
I can tell you about the Mad Prince, though. He is a raving lunatic who seems to be as murderous as he is tormented by his own madness. He looks human, or at least human shape. His clothes are tattered, and his face is a mass of scars, which look to have been inflicted by his own nails. He is said to wear a tarnished crown, but I haven't seen it myself. At first glance, he appears rather pitiful. However, beneath that ragged surface hides a vile and hateful monster.
She gritted her teeth and looked at the scarred buildings surrounding the plaza.
His powers are that of a sword saint, but his swordsmanship is as mad as he is himself. It is violent and utterly chaotic, yet cruel and savagely lethal. He finds joy in tormenting his victims, then grows indifferent to their pain the next moment. The most terrifying thing about him, though, is that his madness spreads like a disease. Other than that, perhaps, I did not even get to see his true power. He tore our elders apart with just his blade, as if they were weak children.
Nephis glanced at her own sword, then asked somberly, "What about his rank and class?" Ananka lowered her head.
It was hard to tell. He is of the corrupted rank, I think. As for his class, I am almost certain that he is a Titan.
A corrupted Titan. Sonny's face grew dark. The memories of Falcon Scott flashed in his mind, bringing with them a bitter taste. It was another city that had been destroyed by a corrupted Titan, even if the scale and swiftness of the destruction was different. He remained silent for a few moments, then asked quietly, "Aren't Titans usually huge?" Ananka hesitated, then shrugged. Her azure eyes were crestfallen.
Most are, but some aren't. More than that, the Defiled were humans once. Their path to profane power is unique.
He nodded, feeling a deep sense of unease. A corrupted Titan. If one of these 6 plagues was indeed as powerful as the Winter Beast, then just how terrifying would the Dreadlord be? Still, Sonny felt a dark and scathing desire to kill that mad prince. It was strange, really. He had met all kinds of horrid nightmare creatures, but knowing that the mad butcher who had destroyed Weave had been a human once filled him with dark wrath. Just how low can a person fall? Odious. The mad prince, whoever he had been before succumbing to corruption, was simply odious. Such a vile creature had no right to exist. Sonny gritted his teeth, thinking about how many of the abominations he had slain in the past were former humans as well. After thousands of years of corruption, the distinction was all but erased. But here in the nightmare, it felt different. Nephis, meanwhile, had another question. Looking at the forlorn vista of Weave with a frown, she hesitated for a few moments, then asked softly, "Ananka, you said that the outsiders were the most powerful warriors of your city. The Mad Prince easily killed them all. Wouldn't that mean that he could have killed all the Riverborn as well? Why did he spare you?" Sunny grimaced. He was asking himself the same questions, but didn't want to speak it out loud in fear of hurting the young priestess more than she had already been hurt. Ananka remained silent for a while, her head lowered. Eventually she took a breath and said quietly,
"Maybe he wanted us to suffer longer. Maybe he needed us to live some more, for whatever reason. Maybe he simply did not care. The Riverborn did kill some. However, then he stayed his sword and kneeled in front of the girl he spared. She was a child who had just recently arrived from the House of Youth. He asked her a question, then left."
Sunny and Nephis looked at each other somberly. She asked, "What did the Defiled ask?" The young priestess lingered, then slowly shook her head.
He asked her, "Do you wish to live?" She said that she did. Hearing that, the Mad Prince burst into laughter, wiped his bloody sword on her tunic, and disappeared. He never returned, and since all our elders were dead, we never heard about him again.
Insane bastard.
Sunny frowned, remembering the piece of flotsam that he had drifted on for the first couple of days in the nightmare. It was a tenuous connection at best, but why had the Mad Prince asked the girl what she wished? Was he, perhaps, the lunatic who had carved the frantic runes into the ancient wood? If so, then maybe the 6 plagues had already become 5, considering that the piece of flotsam had seemed like a fragment of a destroyed vessel. The defiled titan might have perished in a battle with one of the harrowing nightmare creatures upstream. That said, there was a very troubling thing about connecting Sunny's improvised raft to one of the defiled from Verge. There were letters of the waking world alphabet among the runes too. How the hell would the Mad Prince know them?
Damnation.
It was all too eerie and mysterious. Shaking his head, Sunny took one last glance at the drowned square. The fierce battle that had taken place here must have fractured the foundation of the artificial island, which was why it became flooded. He sighed and turned to Ananka.
We still have to gather supplies, right?
She nodded. Sunny pulled the young woman away from the square and said in a soft voice,
Then show us around Weave. We can get them on the way.
Ananka smiled a little, while Nephis threw him a grateful glance over her shoulder.
If Ananka wants to remember her city, then it's the least we can do. I'll make sure to write a dedicated research paper after returning to NQSC, so that everyone in the waking world could learn about it too.
Sunny smiled.
You know, Ananka, I am a well-respected professor in the future.
She looked at him with a hint of confusion in her azure eyes.
A professor?
He nodded.
A teacher. I teach young awakened how to survive and provide for themselves in the wilderness, at the most famous academy in the world, no less. However, our knowledge of the intricacies of surviving in marine environments is not that extensive. I'm sure I will gain a lot from learning about Weave. Then I'll be able to teach my students about it as well. They'll be thanking me with tears in their eyes.
The young priestess seemed more confused than touched. Sunny frowned.
What is it?
She shook her head slightly.
No, it's nothing. But, my lord, aren't you a food merchant in the future? How can you also be a teacher?
The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. He remained silent for a few moments, then answered stoically,
Learned people also have to eat, don't they? That's just how great I am. Respected academic, renowned warrior, accomplished military commander, thriving entrepreneur. I'm the picture of a perfect gentleman.
Ananka looked at him, then nodded with bright sparks in her azure eyes.
My lord is amazing.
After Sonny grinned, Nephis added under her breath, and so very modest. His grin dimmed, but only for a moment. Nodding energetically, Sonny agreed.
Indeed, amazing is a word that can be used to describe me.
They traveled across Weave to collect everything needed for the long journey ahead. Even after long years of being abandoned, the city still seemed to be in a relatively good shape. However, beneath the beautiful surface, it had already started to crumble. Sonny knew that Weave was not going to exist for much longer. Maybe in a decade or two, the floating city was going to break apart and be swallowed by the currents of the Great River, disappearing forever under the waves. They gathered fruit from the wild groves and other supplies from various caches that Ananka had established throughout the city. There was food, spices, wine, tea leaves, and necessities that one would need to travel the Great River. There were items as well. The weapons and armor that the people of Weave had crafted and used were of inferior quality to the powerful memories that Sonny and Nephis wielded, but they were able to collect a lot of things that would make traversing the tomb of Ariel easier, from simple blankets and cutlery, fishing nets sturdy enough to capture nightmare creatures, and sail repair kits. Everything went into the covetous coffer. As they moved from one district to another, Ananka also shared stories of Weave and its people with them. How they lived, what rituals they observed, what passions drove them, and what vices they sometimes succumbed to. There were interesting details about the everyday lives of the river people, and entertaining anecdotes. Sonny really learned a lot from hearing these stories, and the more he learned, the more amazed he became. Their world was so different from anything he knew, and so they had adapted to its strange circumstances with the tenacious ingenuity inherent to all humans. Their knowledge of how to survive on the Great River had been built over many generations of persistent, relentless learning and unceasing improvement. Humans were the most adaptable of species indeed. When Ananka started to tell them about Weave, there was a shadow of sadness in her eyes. However, as she remembered the people from her past, they gradually grew bright and warm. A sweet smile appeared on her lips. But the more the young priestess spoke, the more despondent Sonny became. He hid his expression and stared at the empty streets of the desolate city, his own eyes veiled by somber darkness.
It's unfair.
Ananka had been nothing but kind to them. So it was unfair. Sonny and Nephis were going to leave Weave to travel into the distant past and change the nightmare. But she could never leave, because she was Riverborn. After guiding the two of them as far as she could, the young priestess was going to return to the crumbling city and live the rest of her life here, alone and forsaken. Sonny's heart was heavy, and his hatred of the Mad Prince burned darker. Looking away, he gritted his teeth.
Curse that vile bastard.
Consumed by despondence, Sonny tried to find solace in anger, but it was of no use. Then Sonny tried to remind himself that the Ananka he knew was just an apparition conjured by the spell. The real Ananka, the true priestess of the nightmare spell who had lived in the real tomb of Ariel, was long dead. her spirit and bones taken by the great river. She had never met Sunny and Nephis. She had never traveled to the far reaches of the future or made delicious small pies for two complete strangers. In fact, it was not at all clear if the real Ananka shared the same fate as the one he knew. The Serpent King had brought many challengers into the nightmare after all. Their actions had to have changed the flow of events within this version of the Tomb of Ariel. Perhaps the real Weave was never destroyed by one of the 6 plagues, or had been wiped out entirely long before Ananka was born. But telling himself that Ananka was not real did not help either. It never did. Be it the first nightmare, the second, or the third, Sunny could not help but treat the people he met as real. With a heavy sigh, he turned to look at the magnificent structure they were approaching. It was an unusual one. Much larger than most buildings in Weave, it was situated in the very heart of the city, on a solitary island ship that floated some distance away from the rest. The artificial island was connected to the neighboring ones with rope bridges of white silk, resembling a spider sitting at the center of a vast web. The structure itself was tall and imposing, built of roughly cut black stone. Tattered white banners were hanging from its walls, fluttering in the wind. It looked nebulous and sinister, like a temple of some dark deity. Sunny had an idea who that deity was. Looking up, he saw a lonely figure standing on the roof of the numinous temple, looking down at the desolate ruin of Weave. The black silk of its long hair and tunic remained motionless, despite the strong wind. He couldn't see the figure's face from the distance, but silhouetted against the azure sky, it seemed strangely grim.
There you are.
The Sin of Solace had finally shown himself after hiding somewhere for a long time. And yet, the Wraith was simply observing the ghost city from above, instead of tormenting Sunny with snide remarks. Its behavior had been getting stranger and stranger ever since the start of the nightmare.
Well, good. Stay away for as long as you want. You won't be missed.
Paying attention to the apparition through one of the shadows, Sunny followed Ananka across one of the rope bridges. As they got closer to the ominous temple, Sunny and Nephis felt a strong sense of unease, however. The young priestess looked unperturbed. If anything, her expression grew calmer.
This is the last place we will visit in Weave.
Even her voice sounded lighter. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a somewhat stifled tone,
Is this the Temple of Weaver?
Ananka shook her head with a faint smile.
No, my lord. Weaver was elusive and had no desire to be worshipped. It is useless to worship the demon of fate anyway. No matter how virtuous you are and how many offerings you make, fate will always remain uncaring, unchanged, and inevitable.
She pointed to this dark temple.
No, this is the temple of the nightmare spell, of the gift Weaver has given us to rely on instead of the gods, the daemons, and of fate itself.
Sunny was once again faced with the fact that the demon of fate seemed to have created the spell to resist the very thing that was supposed to be the source of their power.
Maybe Weaver was bound by the chains of fate just like I am bound by them too.
The sudden thought was both ominous and chilling. If even the demon of fate had not been able to escape its clutches, then how could Sunny ever hope to succeed where Weaver had failed? Still, despite everything that had happened, he still wanted to be free. That primal desire was rooted deep within his soul, smothering, too vast and searing to be put out by shallow things like knowledge or wisdom. Even though Sunny had learned that there was no such thing as true freedom, at least not without sacrificing everything one held dear, he still stubbornly clung to the desperate wish of breaking free of his bonds. It was just that the tumultuous twists and turns of his strange life had dampened that fiery hope a little. He sighed, then glanced at Nephis with a guarded expression. She was not going to do something extreme like burning the temples of the spell down, was she? Ananka might have been sincerely devoted to them, but Sunny doubted that the young priestess would just watch silently as her home was destroyed. And although it was sometimes easy to forget because of her gentle temperament, she was still a true saint. Even if she weren't, Sunny simply did not want to fight Ananka. Luckily, Nephis seemed to be holding back her hatred for the sake of their kind guide. She had been raised by her grandmother, after all. Even though Neph had not shown it, meeting Ananka must have pulled at the strings of her heart, which still existed, no matter how abused, neglected, and ravaged by torment it was.
Let's hurry inside.
Oblivious to the hidden conflict between her faith and the people she considered to be its apostles, the young priestess headed toward the gates of the sinister temple with a smile on her lips. Sunny and Nephis followed, neither of them saying anything. Soon they passed through the dark entrance and found themselves within a vast hall. Its interior was shrouded in darkness, creating a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. For everyone except Sunny, of course, who could see everything just fine. Narrow beams of stark sunlight were falling from the elaborately curved light wells in the ceiling, intertwined in a complicated pattern. The Temple of the Nightmare spell looked frightening and sinister on the outside, but its interior was quietly beautiful. The intricate tapestry of falling light resembled the breathtaking weave of the inner workings of the spell, while the darkness of the vast hall was like the lightless void between dream and reality, where it was hiding. It was strangely peaceful here. What caught Sunny's eye, however, were the white tapestries of enormous spiderwebs growing freely between the columns and support beams of the hall. He shifted uncomfortably and pointed to them, mentally preparing for battle.
I think an abomination made a nest in the ruins.
Ananka looked at him in confusion for a moment, then chuckled. Her melodious laughter echoed under the roof of the dark hall.
No need to be alarmed, my lord. The spider silk has always been here. No one knows what the demon of fate looks like, you see, which is why they are often depicted as a spider. Because of that, spiders are akin to sacred animals to us followers of Weaver. It was forbidden to harm a spider or its web, and we lived peacefully, side by side with many.
She swept her gaze across the interior of the temple, her eyes growing wistful.
I spent my youth in this temple, learning the duties of a priestess from my mother. The spiders who lived here were my friends. They are all gone now, of course. Fate wasn't merciful to them either, but their silk remains.
Sunny gave the young woman a strange look.
So, little Ananka was friends with spiders.
She must have been one hell of a creepy girl. But then again, who was he to judge? Sunny had never been a well-adjusted child himself.
At least I didn't have to deal with all this sticky web. Gods, living in this temple must have been annoying.
As he thought that, his gaze finally settled on a mass of roughly cut stone towering in the center of the hall. It resembled a wide pillar that had been broken by a devastating blow and then damaged by unbearable heat. Its upper part deformed like a melted candle. The widest beam of sunlight fell vertically on the stone pillar, bathing it in blinding white radiance. Walking closer, Sunny noticed that the whole mass of stone was covered by engravings. There had been many scenes depicted on it once, it seemed, but now only one remained. He shivered. Cut into the ancient stone, an enormous gate was depicted, its titanic surface wrapped in unbreakable chains. In front of it, a tall figure stood, the shape and form of its body hidden by a dark mantle. Only the face could be seen, or rather, the mask. The mask of a fearsome demon with ferocious fangs and a crown of 3 twisting horns. Drawn to the stone image, Sunny felt his blood stir. Of course, he knew whose figure was carved into the broken pillar. It was Weaver. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at the broken pillar. Eventually he turned to Ananka and asked in a hesitant tone,
"What is this?"
The young priestess approached the massive dark stone and bowed her head. After a few moments of reverent silence, she straightened and looked at him with a proud smile.
It is one of the greatest relics of Weave, my lord. The column was brought into the tomb of Ariel by my elders, and then carried all the way here after their exile. It depicts the deeds of Weaver from birth to bestowal of the nightmare spell to my people.
Her smile dimmed.
However, as you can see, the column has been severely damaged over the ages. Now only this one image remains.
Sunny frowned and stared at chains wrapped around the Titanic gate. For whatever reason, just looking at them made him feel deeply uncomfortable.
"But what is its meaning?"
His voice was full of both curiosity and apprehension. Ananka stepped closer to the broken pillar and studied the ancient engraving for a few moments in solemn silence. Then she said in a melodious tone,
This is a fragment of the mural that tells the story of one of Weaver's greatest deeds, the story of how the wandering daemon braved the eternal abyss.
The frown on Sunny's face deepened. He briefly glanced at Nephis and said,
"The eternal abyss? Do you mean the primordial void?"
The young priestess nodded.
Yes. After the gods sealed the void, Weaver was the only one who managed to enter it. Or rather, the only one of those who had entered it who managed to return alive. At least, that is what the legends say.
Sunny raised an eyebrow. He knew that the gods had sealed the eternal void from which they were born. He also knew that the unknown were, most likely, the creatures of that void, while the unknown was a specific being that had somehow given life to the 7 daemons, and that the reflection of either the former or the latter was forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's eyes. Was that how the demon of fate had ended up carrying the reflection of the unknown within their pupils, by entering the void and witnessing its horror? If so, Sunny wasn't sure if the depiction on the pillar had anything to do with how that event had happened. He doubted that there was an actual gate, no matter how impressive, that barred the way into the eternal void. What kind of gate could seal something that was much greater and more ancient than even the gods? He also was uncertain that Weaver had actually physically entered the void. Of course, it was possible, but there was another probability as well. The strings of fate stretched from the past into the future. The demon of fate had obviously been much more capable of looking at them than Sunny was. What if Weaver had simply traced the great tapestry of fate all the way back to its origin, to the point when the world had not existed yet and all there was a vast and ever-changing void? If so, then using the Where Is My Eye enchantment was much more perilous than Sunny had thought, and he already considered it deadly. In fact, now that he knew that simply knowing certain things could corrupt living beings, he saw the ability to perceive the strings of fate in a new light. Of course, there was still the possibility that Weaver had indeed ventured into the eternal void physically. Maybe that was how they had ended up having to sever their arm in the Ebony Tower, although timing did not really make sense for that to happen. He remained silent for a bit, then asked in a dry tone,
"And why exactly did Weaver do such a thing?"
Ananka smiled.
Weaver believed that knowledge was the origin of power.
"Yeah, I heard as much,"
Sunny thought to himself.
And that was the reason they had ventured into the eternal abyss, to find the answer to the greatest secrets.
Nephis was looking at the ancient mural. Hearing these words, she frowned slightly and asked, "What secret?" The young priestess laughed.
How would mortals like us know? Some legends say that the demon of fate wanted to gain knowledge of the origin of the gods. Others say that it was Weaver's own origin that they sought to uncover. Perhaps it was both.
Sunny stared at her for a moment.
Perhaps the two are one and the same.
Ananka shook her head.
Whatever it was that Weaver had learned in the abyss is not that important, really. What matters more is that witnessing the eternal void gave the Demon of Fate the first reason to create the nightmare spell. That is what we, its priests, believe. So, while this mural does not depict the inception of the nightmare spell, it does depict the inception of the idea of it, which is why the remains of this column is the greatest relic of Weave.
Sunny tilted his head.
What? What does the eternal void have to do with the nightmare spell? That's the first time I'm hearing about this.
Wasn't Ananka contradicting herself? Before, she had said that the purpose of the nightmare spell was to give living beings a chance to save themselves from the annihilation of the Doom War. But then again, she was a priestess, and religious beliefs were rarely bound by reason. Contradictions were par for the course, and for the same reason, Sunny had to take everything Ananka said with a grain of salt. Still, there could be some truth to what she said. The young priestess bowed to the broken pillar again, then walked away with light steps.
My lord, my lady, come. I will show you the rest of the temple.
Sunny and Nephis exchanged a glance, both pondering the meaning of the ancient mural. Neither of them knew what to make of it, so they followed Ananka in silence. Soon the three of them settled for sleep. Tired after the long journey and the forlorn eeriness of Weave, Sunny fell into the embrace of dreams almost instantly. That night, he saw a nightmare. In the nightmare, Sunny was a spider with one of his 8 legs broken off. He was crawling across the stone floor, consumed by fear. Behind him, broken chains were falling down with a deafening clangor, and a titanic door stood wide open, its dark maw hiding indescribable horror. Sunny crawled and crawled, but no matter how he strained himself, the horrifying gate was only drawn closer. Something boundless and entirely alien, hiding in the darkness of its colossal maw. His mind was consumed by terror, while his heart was full of cold, bitter feeling of betrayal and regret.
Escape! I must escape!
Sunny pushed his small body across the stone floor. There were beautiful webs veiling the vast hall of the temple, their silk threads weaved into a grandiose tapestry. A spark flew, and a moment later, the webs were engulfed in fire. They disappeared in a flash, leaving behind only clouds of acrid smoke that obscured the entire world. At least he couldn't see the harrowing gate anymore. Suffocating, he crawled through the smoke, and slowly, torturously, the terror devouring his soul dissipated. Sunny felt as if he had escaped the immediate danger. However, he was hopelessly lost. There was nothing except for searing heat and the dark glow of spreading flame around him. His body was already starting to grow unbearably hot. He froze for a moment, resting and trying to find the way out of the smoldering inferno. Then, for a moment, he felt a breeze caressing his singed carapace. From somewhere ahead,
There!
Sunny rose to his 7 feet and limped forward as fast as he could. Soon he left the smoke and the fire behind. There was a silent expanse of still water around him now. The smoke was gone, but a thick mist took its place. It swirled and moved, flowing slowly past the shivering figure of the small spider.
Where am I?
Sunny took a step and discovered that he could somehow walk on the surface of the water, just like he could within the Soul Sea. Advancing hesitantly, he ventured deeper into the fog. Some time passed, perhaps only a few minutes, perhaps an eternity, and he had lost all sense of direction. There was nothing but mist in the world, until something else appeared in the gray void. Sunny trembled. There, ahead of him, someone was sitting on the calm surface of the water, staring down. The figure was dressed in tattered rags, its gaunt body hidden from view. It seemed like a human, or at least human-shaped. The man's dirty hair was hanging like seaweeds, and his face was hidden from view. A jagged band of dark metal rested on his head like a tarnished crown. Suddenly, Sunny felt cold.
The Mad Prince.
It was one of the 6 heralds of the estuary, one of the 6 plagues. The creature in front of him looked rather pitiful, but it was still a corrupted titan. He was in dire danger. Luckily, the defiled abomination did not seem to notice the small spider. Mad Prince was sitting motionlessly, staring at his own reflection with an absent expression. It was as though he existed in an entirely different reality. A moment later, Sunny suddenly felt profound relief. A simple realization dispelled his fear and unease.
I'm sleeping. It's a dream.
Of course it was. Sunny was not a spider. He was currently in the Temple of the Nightmare spell near Nephis and Ananka, not in the middle of a boundless sea lost in the mist. The corrupted titan in front of him was not real, and the danger the creature represented was not real either.
Thank the gods.
As Sunny thought that, he was not a spider anymore. However, he was also not himself. Instead, Sunny was tall and nebulous. He had 8 nimble arms, one of them crafted out of pristine white porcelain. His slender figure was veiled by a dark mantle, and a mask of black polished wood hid his features. Looking down from his towering height, Sunny studied the pitiful creature in front of him. The Mad Prince did not look that frightening, especially for a titan. However, for some unknown reason, the hunched figure filled Sunny with dread. It was just too familiar. As if sensing a gaze, the tattered man suddenly shifted and slowly raised his head. A dreadful face that seemed like a ghastly mask of countless scars and 2 dark eyes, burning with unfathomable madness, revealed themselves, making Sunny take an involuntary step back. Then, a whisper that was like broken glass resounded, scratching at his ears. The Mad Prince whispered,
Who dares dream about me?
And just like that, the relief Sunny felt was destroyed.
What? He knows that this is a dream? No, that is not possible. How?
The eyes of the defiled slowly gained refocus, becoming sharp and crushing. Pressed down by the unbearable weight of harrowing insanity hidden in their dark depths, Sunny took another step back and held his breath.
It's a dream. It's a dream.
The creature's lips, meanwhile, twisted in a wicked smile.
It's you. Which one are you?
The Mad Prince suddenly froze, then groaned and struck his head with a fist.
I can't remember. But it is also an answer.
His ugly face rippled, as if trying to assume a human expression.
You're neither. You're an imposter.
The creature's voice suddenly grew dark and vicious.
You murderer.
An unhinged laugh escaped his lips, and then the Mad Prince slowly rose. His tattered rags moved, shrouded in mist. As Sunny took another step back, desperately trying to wake up, the defiled took a step forward.
How about it, murderer? Come closer. I'll tell you a secret. You deserve that much.
There was suddenly nowhere to go. The gray mist became solid, blocking all paths to retreat, and Sunny was, indeed, curious. Curious against his will. He was a great lover of secrets, after all. As he shuddered, feeling his thoughts spin out of control, there was suddenly a presence between him and the Mad Prince. Someone else was standing there, blocking the view of the mad creature with his back. It was a young man in a black tunic, with long raven black hair and a grim expression on his pale face. The Sin of Solace.
What is he doing here?
The wraith seemed uncharacteristically serious as he stared the Mad Prince down. Without turning his head, the apparition said in a voice that was neither snide nor mocking. Instead, it was grave.
What are you doing, fool? Summon your horse and get out of here, hurry!
Shielded by the Sin of Solace, Sunny was suddenly capable of pushing through the mist again. He backed away as the Defiled smiled wider.
Where are you going, murderer? Don't you want to learn a secret? You won't regret knowing it. Maybe you will.
Sunny did not know what was happening, but he was sure of one thing. Whatever it was that the Mad Prince wanted to tell him was not something he should ever learn, unless he wanted to become as mad and broken as the Defiled Abomination was. It was already crazy enough to be fighting for his life, or rather, his humanity, within a dream, which he was dreaming inside the third nightmare. Staggering away, Sunny called upon his shadows. Instantly, 3 figures rose from below. Taciturn Saint, scrawny imp, and a tenebrous steed shrouded in darkness. The Mad Prince exploded with laughter.
Good. Oh, this makes me feel nostalgic.
Saint was the first one to fall. Before she could even move, a sword suddenly flashed, followed by a turbulent whirlwind of surging mist. The graceful stone knight froze, a thin crack suddenly appearing on her onyx armor. Then, as silently as she had been born, Saint crumbled into 1,000 shards of black stone. A cloud of ruby dust exploded into the air, painting the still water crimson.
Saint!
Sunny's eyes widened, but before he could do anything, the Sin of Solace pushed him away.
Run, you bastard, she's not real.
The imp was second. The little fiend hesitated, visibly scared by the tattered figure of the Mad Titan. However, then, it bravely jumped forward, reaching for the flesh of the Defiled with his claws. The invisible sword whistled again, and the scrawny figure suddenly staggered. With liquid flames flowing out of Imp's mouth, he looked at Sunny with a frightened expression. Then, his eyes grew dim, and his little head slid off his neck, falling into the water with a quiet splash. Sunny felt as if his own mind was on the verge of breaking, pressing down the tempest of pain and guilt raging in his heart. He gritted his teeth and turned away. His hand grasped Nightmare's mane, and with a stifled scream, he jumped onto the stallion's back. The dark courser was already galloping away through the swirling mist. The Mad Prince's laugh reached them from behind.
Where are you going, murderer? I am not done with you.
Sunny did not turn to look back. Gripping the sides of Nightmare with his thighs, he raised both hands and pressed them into his ears.
Don't listen.
However, he still heard it. The voice of the Sin of Solace, who said with a hint of resignation in his hateful familiar voice, Sunny's own voice,
Damn lunatic, are you trying to steal my job?
He had never been so happy to have a wraith born from the whisper of the Demon of Dread stuck in his head before. Nightmare flew through the mist, and soon, the veil of it obscured the Mad Prince and the Sin of Solace, muffling their voices until nothing except silence remained. Sunny had also turned into himself finally. He had a human body once again, as well as 2 human hands. The dark mantle was replaced by the soft silk of the Shroud of Dusk. Looking down, he patted the black steed on the shoulder and let out a shaky breath.
I think we're safe now.
Then, he hesitated for a moment and added in a small voice,
But do you think that I can wake up now?
Nightmare huffed and struck the surface of the still water with his hooves, soaring high into the air. As they rose higher and higher, the mist grew thinner and thinner, until eventually a ray of sunshine broke through its blinding veil. As soon as it did, Sunny woke up with a start.
Ah!
He sat up, covered in cold sweat, with his heart beating wildly. Sunny grabbed at his chest and froze, looking around the dark room of the desolate temple. Slowly, his panic started to dissolve.
Dream. It was just a dream.
Sunny slowly exhaled, then shuddered and shook his head. No, it might have been a dream, but it definitely had not been just a dream. He did not know what kind of power could have allowed the Mad Prince, who was most likely either dead already or far, far away, to appear in his nightmare. However, he was certain that the creature he had met in the dream was not a simple figment of his imagination. Sonny did not know whether the tattered abomination he had faced was the defiled Titan himself or some echo left behind by his passing, but he knew that hearing the secret the abomination wanted to share would have been the end of him.
Gods damn it. Even the dreams aren't safe here.
As his heart calmed down a little, he sat in silence for a while, trying to gather his thoughts. There were a lot of strange things about that dreadful dream. However, before he could consider them carefully, a sudden worry clouded his mind. Sonny hurriedly sent his shadows to check on Nephis and Ananka, making sure that both were sleeping peacefully in the neighboring rooms. He then shuddered at the memory of his shadows being destroyed and proceeded to summon them one after another. He called upon the Dark Courser first. As the Sin of Solace said, Saint and Imp should not have been real. The Black Steed could be summoned into his dream because that was the nature of Nightmare's powers, but the other two were different. So only Nightmare had actually faced the Mad Prince most likely. The Black Stallion appeared in the shadows, keeping to his intangible form. He seemed agitated, but otherwise unharmed. Relieved, Sonny let out a long sigh.
Thank you, buddy. You really saved my hide there.
Dismissing Nightmare, he summoned Saint next. The graceful knight appeared out of the darkness, as stoic and indifferent as ever. She was unharmed. Feeling as if a great burden had been lifted off his heart, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment.
You're safe. Thank the gods.
Saint gave him a strange look, but remained silent.
Go back now. No. Actually, stay here. Keep watch throughout the night, all right?
The graceful knight stared at him for a few moments, then turned away and silently left the room to stand guard in the corridor. Sonny took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Now, only Imp remained. He summoned the scrawny goblin, then scratched the back of his head.
Right. That little rascal is still stuck digesting the armor of the black turtle. Damn it. When will he stop lazing around and...
But before Sonny could finish the thought, a frightening figure suddenly rose from the shadows, towering above him like a demon forged out of dark steel and sharp blades.
What the...
Unbeknownst to Sonny, the little rascal had already awakened from his slumber, only he wasn't so little anymore. Sonny had grown accustomed to calling his youngest shadow an imp. However, now, the ravenous fiend was finally worthy of his fearsome name. The creature in front of Sonny could not be called little, nor could it be called scrawny. It was almost as tall as Saint, towering above him like a demonic warrior whose body had been forged out of dark steel in the infernal flames of hell. There were a lot of similarities with how Imp had looked during their last battle in Falcon Scott, but there were also differences. The original ravenous fiend had been tall but gaunt. His body had been covered in thick plates of black bone armor, and he was as ferocious as he was stealthy, like a vengeful wraith born out of hungry darkness. The new and improved Imp, however, was not gaunt. Instead, he seemed like a knight, clad in a suit of plate armor. That armor was not made out of bone either. It was made out of a strange dark metal. The ravenous shadow had seemed like he was forged out of black steel before, but the look of his metallic body was changed now. It acquired a dark sheen and a glossy quality, as though the transcendent devil had been cast out of black silver or covered in a layer of dull chrome. There were changes in the design of his armor too. It was as though Fiend had been forged out of countless broken swords. There were curved blades growing from his elbows and knees, as well as ferocious spikes rising here and there from his dark armor. His face was hidden behind the visor of a fearsome helmet, with twisting horns rising from it, and a jagged line breaking its surface where the fiend's terrible mouth was hidden, brimming with dagger-like teeth. His claws were like short swords, and in his ferocious eyes, infernal flames burned with intense heat.
Crap.
And that demonic monstrosity was currently staring at Sunny with an extremely nasty expression in its glowing orange-red eyes. Sunny awkwardly cleared his throat.
Hey there, buddy.
Imp's mouth split in a sinister grin, releasing more heat and infernal glow. Sunny forced out a smile.
Wow, you look great. I guess all that delicious magical steel I found and fed you out of nothing but pure kindness maybe really did you some good, huh?
He coughed.
Say, you wouldn't be remembering all the times I kicked and berated you, would you? Or, thinking about strange things like revenge, would you?
Imp took a step forward, the glow of his demonic eyes and incinerating maw falling on Sunny's face. His grin widened, the sharp steel teeth glinting in the darkness. His voice sounded like a roaring flame.
Like revenge.
With that, Imp raised his hand. In that moment, Sunny's expression changed, and he said evenly,
Because if you do, your master will have a good reason to find out just how sturdy this new body of yours is.
Imp's grin froze for a moment, and his hand did too. He hesitated for a moment, and then carefully fixed a crease on Sunny's tunic. The steel fiend growled politely.
Master good.
Then he backed away, stared at Sunny for a bit, and hurriedly left the room. Sunny let out a relieved sigh, then smiled.
They grow up so fast.
One of his shadows followed Imp into the corridor to see what the little big guy was up to. Moving too silently for a creature of his size and weight, the steel devil approached Saint and stopped next to her as if to join her in guarding the rooms. There they stood, Saint and Fiend. Imp was acting as nonchalantly as the taciturn knight was, but Sunny did not miss the fact that the bastard was puffing out his chest and secretly throwing glances at Saint, as if waiting for her reaction. After a while, the stone knight finally turned her head and stared at the steel fiend indifferently. Imp seemed to have secretly held his breath. Saint remained motionless for a while, then raised her hand and casually flicked the fiend's chest with a finger. After hearing a melodious ring, she tilted her head a little. Finally, the graceful knight nodded curtly and turned away. Imp looked beyond himself. Maintaining a stoic facade worthy of his ferocious appearance, he also looked away and returned to silently guarding the corridor. However, the flames in his eyes were dancing jubilantly. Sunny scoffed.
This ugly idiot. He's seriously cute.
He shook his head, then summoned the runes to learn exactly what had changed about Ravenous Fiend, except for his appearance. The runes read,
Shadow, Ravenous Fiend, Shadow Rank, Transcendent, Shadow Class, Devil, Shadow Description, a pitiful little creature traveled through a nightmarish land. Shadow Attributes, Lucky, Marvel, Ravenous, Shadow Sworn, Complete Steel Body.
The Greater Steel Body had become Complete Steel Body. Its description read,
Attribute Description. This shadow's body is forged out of sublime blessed steel and is without flaw.
It seemed that consuming the silver armor of the Black Turtle had not only improved the quality of the alloy from which Imp's body was made, but also removed all the remaining imperfections from it. Granted, Sunny was inclined to take its supposed flawlessness with a grain of salt. After all, he had recently learned that flaws were one of the universal laws of the world. Still, if the spell deemed it necessary to call Imp's newly evolved body flawless, he had to be very close to having no physical vulnerabilities. It seemed that Sunny finally had another powerful shadow to face the most dire enemies side by side with. Imp was now perfectly capable of participating in battles alongside Saint and Nightmare, reaching the fearsome level of power that a transcendent devil was supposed to possess. With his indestructible steel body, which was a weapon in and of itself, as well as his dual affinity for shadows and flame, The ferocious fiend would be a terror on the battlefield.
Good. Just in time.
Sonny's face grew somber. Things had been calm for a while, ever since Ananka had found them. But he knew that there were plenty of harrowing battles waiting for them in the depths of the tomb of Ariel. Imp, or was Sonny supposed to call him Fiend now, did not get new abilities, which was logical really, since the Black Turtle was only a monster, and the gluttonous shadow had not even consumed the flesh of the abominations, only its armor. Still, the scrawny goblin had become a fearsome ogre. He was going to significantly increase Sonny's battle power, not the least because of his carefully chosen diet. Sonny had given up on feeding Ravenous Fiend a lot of valuable stuff so that his growth did not become muddled. Imp's main affinities had to be established first: steel and shadows. The flames he had absorbed from the colossal body of the Sun Prince were a pleasant side effect, increasing the power of the Steel Devil's attacks, but what Sonny had really wanted was to make his youngest shadow as indestructible as possible. Saint possessed an incredible level of defense, which is only made greater by her masterful battle prowess, but Imp was different. If not guided cautiously, he could have ended up being vulnerable. Considering the types of situations Sonny often found himself in, that vulnerability was bound to result in him losing his first shadow sooner rather than later. Survivability was king. He had regrettably proven it himself over and over again, clinging to life by the skin of his teeth on many occasions, which was why Sonny was so impressed by how hard to kill the original scavenger had been. He had experienced the toughness of the spiteful fiend's bone armor personally, after all, and wanted to make Imp at least as durable. If the Ravenous Shadow managed to approach the level of defense Saint possessed, that would have been even better. In that regard, Sonny seemed to have overshot his initial goal by a lot. Imp's complete steel body was not only as durable as Saint's graceful body was, but was vastly more so. His metal carapace was sturdier than her stone-like armor, and much more importantly, that durability encompassed the entire body of the Ravenous Devil, not just its surface. Although Saint was hard to wound, she was actually quite vulnerable once her armor and resilient skin were breached. The internals of her miraculous stone body were well protected, but fragile. The ruby dust that flowed out of the wounds like blood was proof of that. Ravenous Fiend, however, was now fully tempered, both outside and inside. There were no vulnerabilities that an enemy could exploit, at least not an enemy using physical attacks, which meant that while Imp could deliver fearsome blows, his true power lay in being nearly impervious to physical harm. He could become the shield of the Shadow cohort.
Or a punching bag.
Sonny scratched the back of his head and looked in the direction where Imp was standing, hidden from view by a wall, with a guilty expression. The poor guy had not realized what the future held for him, had he?
Sorry, buddy.
He shook his head and remained silent for a while, thinking. There were two fully matured transcendent devils serving him now. Sonny himself had become unbelievably strong due to Shadow Dance, at least for an Ascended. If augmented by Nephis, his power was probably comparable to some saints now, enough to give him a fighting chance if nothing else. If Sonny was assisted by his shadows, most saints would probably be the ones at risk, not him. And that was without Soul Serpent, who should have become the strongest of the shadows by now. But still, that power was not enough. After experiencing the dire perils of the upper reaches of the great river, and knowing that he would have to venture far downstream into the distant past, Sonny knew that even his current ridiculous level of strength was not enough to slay the kind of adversaries he would be facing. The problem was, he was almost at his limit. There were very few things he could realistically achieve in a short amount of time to increase his power even further. The only feasible one was helping Nightmare evolve into an Ascended Terror and unlock his Dream Curse ability. That was going to happen relatively soon, but after that, Sonny would reach a dead end. With a lot of effort, he could potentially become a terror, But even that boost was not going to be significant enough to change the odds in his favor. More memories, and stronger ones at that, were not going to cut it either. Sonny had grown a lot, more than any master in history had perhaps, but now his head was pressed against an indestructible ceiling. The only way for him to leap to a new height was by breaking that ceiling and becoming a saint, which could only happen after the nightmare, meaning too late. Of course, he had recently learned from Ananka that people could transcend without the assistance of the spell. That path was open to him, but sadly, Sonny did not have 100 spare years or more to slowly learn how to do just that. What was left then? He frowned. Actually, I'm thinking about it all wrong. Sonny had been a loner for most of his life, and even after learning how to rely on others and trust his friends, he still put a lot of meaning into personal strength, which was not exactly unwise, but at the same time, served as an artificial limit. Although he had not lived through Neff's second nightmare, the lesson she had learned there resonated with his own experiences. Personal strength was important, but it paled in comparison to true power. Take Antarctica, for example. Sonny had achieved incredible things there, but he had not achieved them alone. The evacuation of hundreds of millions of civilians was only possible because the government had mobilized vast resources to send the first and second evacuation armies into the southern quadrant. Without the irregulars, without mundane soldiers and thousands of awakened who had fought and died to save the people of Antarctica, Sonny would not have achieved anything. His personal strength was nothing when compared to the united determination of all those brave people. It was the same here in the third nightmare. Sonny had to destroy a dire enemy, the forces of defilement populating the corrupted city of Verge and the 6 plagues that ruled it. So why was he only thinking about his personal strength? Wasn't the power of his allies also his power? Nephis, Cassia, Effie, Kai, Jet, and even Mordred. They were as much a part of his power as Saint, Imp, and Nightmare. Since Sonny had reached the ceiling of what he himself could achieve as a master, wouldn't it be wiser for him to put his efforts into empowering his allies? This is it. Shrouded in darkness, Sonny slowly nodded. That was the path he had to take if he wanted to survive the nightmare. After reaching Fallen Grace, he and Nephis had to find the rest of the cohort, and once they found them, Sonny had to make sure that his friends, and Mordred too, grew as powerful as possible. He had to make them into a force capable of defeating the 6 plagues, for their sake, and also his own. Sonny sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. The future was daunting, but when had it not been so? Approaching the window, Sonny opened the heavy shutters and looked at the desolate landscape of Weave from the height of one of the Nightmare Spell Temple's bell towers. The sky was veiled in impenetrable darkness. The waters flowing through the canals of the floating city glowed with iridescent radiance, bathing the empty streets in ethereal glow. Usually, the light of the great river at night was dreamlike and beautiful, but contrasted against the forlorn desolation of Weave, it made for an eerie sight. It was like a city of ghosts. He sighed, thinking about the cruel fate that had befallen the followers of Weaver and the creature that had driven them to extinction, the Mad Prince. A dark expression appeared on Sonny's face. He was reluctant to think about his meeting with the defiled Titan, or at least some vestige of the abhorrent creature that had found its way into his dreams. It almost felt as though thinking about the abomination would summon it here. Nevertheless, Sonny had to consider what he had seen and heard in the harrowing dream, because it was too ominous. I dreamt of being Weaver. The spider with a broken leg was, without a doubt, a representation of the demon of fate. It was not surprising that Sonny had dreamt of the nebulous demon after witnessing the mural in the grand hall of the temple, and neither was it unexpected that he had assumed the demon's role in his nightmare. Weaver's blood was running through Sonny's veins, after all, and he, too, had an innate affinity to fate. The latter was the reason for the former, and in the end, it was because of being fated that he had stumbled on the egg of the loathsome thieving bird and received the forbidden lineage of the sinister Daemon. Sinister Sonny had actually never thought about Weaver in such terms before, mostly because he had benefited greatly from their tenuous connection, but also because there was no reason to. In all honesty, he had admired the mysterious Daemon with no particular reason except for the fact that the Demon of Fate was an intelligent, cunning, and fearsome deity. But the more Sonny learned about the end of the Dream Realm and the Nightmare spell, the more ominous of a figure Weaver seemed. And how could they not? Who could be more dangerous than a creature that wielded knowledge of fate itself? Sonny and Nephis had argued about the nature of the spell, whether it was a fundamentally benevolent force or not. He was inclined to believe that it had been created for a noble purpose, which was not to say that it was not a vile and terrible curse for the humans of the waking world. But he was also starting to suspect that neither of them really understood the true intention and scope of what Weaver had done at all. The Nightmare spell seemed like a tool to make living beings stronger in the face of encroaching corruption. But there were too many discrepancies between what was apparent and what was hidden beneath the surface. The nightmares, the slow but inevitable escalation, the sheer convenience of it all. What was Weaver's true goal? How had the rudimentary version of the spell Ananka wielded grown to become the pervasive and nearly omnipotent power that seemed to be as absolute as the universal laws of reality that the gods established? Come to think of it, how had the Doom War ended? What had actually happened to the daemons, the gods, and Weaver? Where did the corruption that had devoured the Dream Realm come from? And why? Just like always, Sonny had no answers. More than that, these were not even the questions he had to ponder. The defilement was a form of corruption that had spread from the estuary, and there were 6 champions of it: Dreadlord, Devouring Beast, Undying Slaughter, Torment, Soul Stealer, and Mad Prince. The Mad Prince, who seemed strangely familiar when Sonny had dreamt of him. He shivered. Why did he feel familiar? The defiled horror seemed like a human. No, like a broken marionette of a human. He was like a flesh puppet worn by a boundless sea of madness, to the point where the madness seemed like the actual being, while the human body just seemed like its ragged shell. Sonny still shuddered when he remembered the creature's eyes. The torment hiding in them was like a chilling storm of insanity born from 1,000 years of horror, agony, and knowledge. Knowledge was the heaviest thing in the world, after all, as well as the origin of power. And that was why he was very uncomfortable with the fact that the Mad Prince seemed so familiar. Sonny had not noticed it at the start, because the abominable creature was too different from him. But when the Sin of Solace appeared, he had to admit to himself that the defiled Titan and the Sword Wraith were eerily similar, which meant that Sonny and the Mad Prince were similar too. He stared at the ghostly landscape of Weave for a while. Have I assumed the role of that abomination? Sonny and Nephis had discussed how strange their entry into the nightmare was. Whose roles did they assume? Who could have been present that far upstream at the moment of their arrival? He had also theorized that the Mad Prince might have died there, as evident by the piece of flotsam with deranged runes carved into it. It was strange to think that a corrupted Titan could have become an ascended tyrant, but not impossible. The spell could have decided that it was the best and only option, slightly changing the rules. The third nightmare was different from the previous 2 to begin with challengers entering it with their own bodies. That was one possibility. The other, more harrowing possibility was that the abominable madman could have been the Sin of Solace from the future, conjured into the present by some strange quirk of the Great River. Ananka had said it herself that the flow of time in the Tomb of Ariel was often strange and unpredictable. The Mad Prince could also have been the future version of Sonny, who had either been devoured by the corruption or the Sin of Solace itself.
No way.
He suddenly felt incredibly cold, but it was too compelling of a theory to be discarded because of the outrage he felt at the thought of being able to turn into that bastard. The letters of the modern alphabet being mixed with the deranged runes, the ability to spread madness, the physical resemblance. It was not only the Mad Prince either. The destruction of the rest of the 6 plagues was also extremely ominous. The Soul Stealer, who could wear the skin of those he killed, the Undying Slaughter, who was overcome by insatiable bloodlust, the Devouring Beast, who consumed the bodies of her slain foes, the Dreadlord, and Torment. Didn't they sound like corrupted, twisted versions of the members of the cohort? All except Nephis, who was incorruptible.
It's too ridiculous of a thought.
Sunny could reluctantly acknowledge that some form of time distortion could have happened inside the tomb of Ariel. He could even admit that it was quite possible for them to fail in conquering the nightmare and succumb to corruption. However, what were the chances of all of them surviving that and becoming saints in the process? The 6 plagues were vastly more powerful than the members of the cohort, to the point that an entire civilization of powerful awakened had not managed to slay a single one of them. 2 civilizations even, considering the King of Twilight and his people. No, it was far more likely that Nephis and her cohort were pitted against nightmare creatures resembling the perverse versions of themselves because of a little nudge from the spell. The spell had shown itself to be fond of such ghastly but poetic twists of fate after all. Still, how had the runes of the waking world language ended up on the piece of flotsam? Sunny remained motionless for a long time, looking at the desolate expanse of weave. Eventually, the glowing waters dimmed, and the 7 suns emerged from the river. Sunny sensed the shadows move in the adjacent rooms, telling him that Ananka and Nephis had woken up. He closed his eyes for a few long moments, trying to chase away the heavy thoughts. He then dismissed Saint and Imp. It was time to meet the new day. Hopefully, he would get some answers after reaching Fallen Grace.
I need to strengthen Nightmare as soon as possible.
The Mad Prince had invaded his dreams once, and there was no guarantee that it would not happen again. Sunny needed to protect himself while he slept, and since helping the Black Stallion evolve was also the only way for him to strengthen himself in the short term, he could achieve both goals at once that way.
I'm going to have to craft some memories.
Luckily, with the Crown of Twilight supplying him with essence, weaving strings of it to create memories would not be as taxing and long of a process as it had been before. Thinking about how many soul shards he had and what memories to create, Sunny rubbed his face and went outside to meet his companions. They were going to leave Weave soon. Sunny, Nephis, and Ananka spent several days in the Temple of the Nightmare Spell, resting and exploring the forlorn city as they prepared for the last leg of the journey. These days were strangely tranquil and peaceful, but also bittersweet. It was because the 3 of them knew that their time together was coming to an end. The young priestess who had been their caretaker and guide for the last few weeks was not going to be able to follow her wards to where they needed to go. Fallen Grace, the City of Dusk, lay far beyond the boundary of where she was allowed to exist. Such was the fate of all Riverborn. Sunny and Nephis were both painfully aware of what awaited Ananka in the future. That was why, even though they tried to hide their emotions, a dark shadow was cast over their hearts. The young priestess herself, meanwhile, seemed at peace with her bitter fate. An easy smile often appeared on her lips, and she fully dedicated herself to making preparations to send the 2 of them on their way. Sunny and Nephis were going to have to travel far downstream on their own. They needed supplies and knowledge to reach Fallen Grace without Ananka, so she was busy making sure they would have everything they needed. They gathered various resources from all over the desolate ruins of Weave. The young priestess also taught them how to navigate the great river and recognize various perils hiding in its depths. Nephis continued to learn how to steer the enchanted ketch, while Sunny spent his time weaving threads of shadow essence and studying the estuary key. Eventually, there was nothing left for them in the orphaned city, as the beautiful light of the 7 rising suns suffused the cool morning air. Ananka led them through the empty streets for the last time and jumped lightly onto the deck of the graceful ketch.
Come, we will sail downstream today.
Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, then silently followed her aboard the boat. The young priestess watched them with a smile, then nodded and gestured to the steering oar.
My lady, it is best if you practice steering while I am with you. Remember our lessons. You can surely succeed.
Nephis looked at her for a while, her face motionless. She hesitated a little before sitting down on the helmsman's bench and taking the oar. Sunny, meanwhile, frowned.
Wait, what about you? If we are going to sail away on the ketch, how are you going to get back to Weave?
Ananka shook her head.
Weave stretches far downstream, just like it does upstream. There are several island ships we will visit before it is time for me to turn back. I will leave you at the lower House of Parting, where there are other vessels for me to use.
He hesitated for a few moments, then nodded reluctantly. Sunny had not come to terms with how they would have to leave Ananka behind still, but there was nothing he could do, and nothing he knew how to say. They had no other choice, but the farewell was not upon them yet. Perhaps he would be able to find the correct words in the days to come. With a sigh, Sunny lowered himself to the deck. Usually Ananka would sit on the bench at the stern of the ketch, while Nephis would be opposite him at the middle point of the deck. Today, however, their familiar positions were reversed. Neph was holding the steering oar, while the priestess sat down near Sunny. He had grown somewhat accustomed to how beautiful the young Ananka was, but looking at her directly still felt strange, especially because of how bright her smile was and how heavy his heart was.
Thank you, my lord.
Sunny looked at her somberly, surprised.
Me? For what?
The young priestess sighed lightly, then looked at the desolate landscape of Weave with a wistful expression.
For wanting to learn about my birthplace so much. I'm glad to have shared its stories with someone. Very much.
He lowered his head and remained silent for a few moments.
Sure. No problem.
At that moment, Nephis took a deep breath and then said something in a resolute voice. The word that escaped her lips echoed from the walls of the canal, and a subtle ripple spread across the surface of the flowing water. It was as though the word itself contained an invisible power capable of reshaping the world. Soon, a strong gale rose, filling the sails of the old ketch. It was both similar and different from how Ananka summoned the wind. Neph's shaping was more direct and crude, lacking stability, but at the same time, it contained a wild and fearsome will. As a result, the gale summoned by the true name of the wind was able to propel the boat forward, despite not being as strong as what the young priestess had been able to call upon. The word they spoke was the same, but the result differed. It was because of the nature of the sorcery of names, unlike other types of sorcery, which acted through fixed conduits like essence threads and runes. It used the shapers themselves as the conduit. Nephis was of a lower rank than Ananka, so she couldn't channel the power of the word as potently. But at the same time, her body and soul were aflame with the divine lineage of Sun God, and more importantly, she possessed a true name of her own. Those with true names were connected to the mystical side of the world much closer, would be influenced by the hidden powers of the world much more, and be able to exert greater influence in turn. Which was why Nephis was able to control the ketch with a sufficient level of power, despite not being a saint like Ananka.
You are doing great, my lady. Speak the names of concealment next.
Neph lingered, her face a little pale, The sorcery of names did not come without a cost, just like the other types of sorcery. Channeling a word put a strain on the Shaper's body, and while uttering it did not consume essence, controlling the outcome did. Eventually, she gritted her teeth and said the rest of the names the priestess had taught her, arranging them into a phrase. The ketch flew through the canals. Soon it broke free of the city boundaries and sped into the open expanse of the great river, leaving the forlorn city behind. They were once again traveling downstream, deeper into the past. The next morning, they reached the first of the remote island ships Ananka had told them about. It slowly appeared from beyond the horizon, illuminated by the dreamlike sunlight. This one was different from the House of Parting. The artificial island was much larger, and instead of a solemn and solitary building, it encompassed a whole district. There were many houses, gardens, and water features, all of them bright and colorful. Despite the same desolation that reigned in Weave, this place seemed strangely festive. It was easy to imagine how full of vitality it had been once. Ananka's eyes glistened with nostalgia. She smiled softly and said, her voice melodious,
"This is the House of Youth."
Sunny and Nephis looked at the bright island ship, wondering what its purpose was. The sight of it was a little uplifting and a little sad. Contrasted against the beautiful atmosphere, the emptiness seemed even more poignant. The young priestess sighed.
"This is one of the 7 houses that Riverborn spent their childhood and adolescence at."
She lingered for a moment, then explained,
"As you can imagine, children grow up differently here on the Great River. From the moment they are born, their bodies are beholden to the currents of its time. If brought upstream, they will swiftly reach adulthood. At the same time, their parents will have to grow older if they wish to remain with their child. In a span of a few generations, families will be torn apart, and a city will be broken into pieces."
Ananka shook her head.
"Of course, it is also cruel to thrust a child into adulthood while their mind remains immature. So the 7 houses exist. Actually, it is a bit strange for me to explain these things, since that is just how life in the Tomb of Ariel is. To me, it is the manner in which outsiders grow up that seems odd."
She laughed.
"I couldn't believe my mother when she told me that kids outside just grow up inevitably while remaining in the same place and have no choice on when to become adults. How scary. Can you imagine?"
Sunny and Nephis looked at each other befuddled. After a while, he cleared his throat.
Yeah, I can easily imagine. But wait, what is the exact purpose of these 7 houses?
Fallen Grace was most likely built in the same way, so it would be good to know. Plus, he was simply curious. The young priestess smiled.
"It is simple, really. When a man and a woman decide to have a child, they travel downstream to the House of Birth. The children are born and spend the first months of their lives there."
She looked at the waters of the great river and added, her voice wistful,
"As the mind of the child matures, they and their parents travel upstream to the next house, where the kids become toddlers. After a year or 2, the family travels to the 3rd house, and so forth. This way, kids have a chance to have proper childhoods. It is a happy time for the families, and moving on to the next house is a big event for the children, akin to the birthday ceremony you outsiders have."
Sunny lingered for a few moments, then nodded. The river people did not have the same perception of time as the rest of humans. They still counted time in months and years, but these measurements were simply traditions brought into the Tomb of Ariel by those who had come from the outside. Although there was something akin to seasonal changes within the Tomb of Ariel, the idea of a solar year was meaningless here. So the children growing up on the Great River would put much more meaning into traveling upstream and getting an older body than into an empty thing like getting older by an imaginary year. Especially since their lives were not limited by the dwindling number of years that remained before they grew old and died. Ananka noticed his contemplative expression and added,
"This last house, the House of Youth, is where our bodies reach the stage of the cusp of adulthood. The parents usually leave for the main city and leave the kids with their older youths. Yet, different kids reach mental maturity at different paces. Some spend just a few years here before moving on to reunite with their families. Some stay longer. Some lazy rascals even refuse to become adults for decades."
Her cheeks turned slightly pink.
I might have been one of those rascals myself.
Sunny smiled, imagining the dignified and wise elderly woman he knew avoiding the responsibilities of adulthood for as long as she could, getting into all kinds of mischief with the other young Riverborn. Had Ananka really been such an unruly troublemaker once? He shook his head.
But wait, if that's true, then how would these youths have families of their own? They would turn into infants by traveling to the House of Birth, no?
Ananka nodded.
Indeed, that is why the whole city migrates some distance upstream each generation. That gives the young ones a chance to have children of their own. Of course, it also means that their parents grow a little older with each migration. But our lifespans are long. The future is more forgiving than the past. The eldest ones assume guidance roles in the 7 houses as well.
She remained silent for a few moments.
Nevertheless, a city might reach a point where the older part of its population would not be able to migrate anymore. That never happened to Weave, since many died in the battles against the corrupted, and those who survived too long usually chose to leave from the House of Parting. Our history also does not stretch that far. But downstream, where the great cities of Sibyls used to be, that was how new settlements were created. The young split off to start life anew.
Sunny and Nephis remained silent, thinking about how bizarre the civilization of the Great River was after all. The way of life for the river people was indeed completely different from the outside world. Even simple things like parenthood, childhood, and growing up were entirely unlike what they knew.
Life always finds a way.
Which was why it was even sadder to see it destroyed, how it had been here in Weave. Ananka sighed.
There had been a single migration after I left the House of Youth, so I will be able to guide you past all the 7 houses to the House of Parting far downstream. It should not take us more than a few days.
With that, she turned to Nephis and smiled.
In the meantime, my lady, I will help you grow accustomed to controlling the catch.
As she and Neph talked, Sunny looked at the bright buildings of the House of Youth, which were drawing closer and then slowly drifting past. He was thinking about what Ananka's childhood must have looked like, as well as about the bleak and cold childhood of his own. Wasn't it funny? The young priestess who had been born in a tomb built by the demon of dread from the corpse of an unholy titan clung desperately to her childhood, not wanting to become an adult, while he, who had been born in the waking world, couldn't wait to leave that bitter page of his life behind. And in the end, they had both ended up in this catch together. Sunny sighed.
It would be nice if the kids of the future, the waking world's future, could live like her, and not like me.
That was such a strange thought. Eventually, Ananka replaced Nephis at the steering oar. Neph looked drained after commanding the winds for an entire day. Nevertheless, Sunny felt that her eyes were duller than mere exhaustion could explain. Throwing a questioning glance at her, he asked,
"Are you all right?"
She lingered for a few moments, then nodded silently, sitting down and leaning her back against the side of the ketch. Nephis then tiredly closed her eyes. She had not slept since they left Weave, and although masters like them could easily remain awake for days, mental fatigue still had a way of catching up to them.
I guess she doesn't want to talk about whatever it is that's troubling her.
Sunny studied Neph's pale face, then quietly summoned Nightmare and ordered him to guard her dreams. The tenebrous steed hid in the shadows at the bow of the boat, formless and watchful. Not satisfied with that, Sunny sent all but one of his shadows to augment him. Memories of meeting the manifestation of the Prince of Madness still haunted his thoughts. Later, there was nothing for him to do but continue weaving threads of essence. Sunny sat on the deck of the ketch with his legs crossed, his fingers dancing in the air. By now, he was proficient enough in creating essence strings to not pay a lot of attention to the process. It was a far cry from when he had attempted weaving for the first time and constantly cut his hands to the bone. His painfully gained experience and the increased sensitivity that bone weave granted to his fingertips made it easier. Now, Sunny just needed time and essence to create as long a thread as he needed to weave a memory. It still took some time. After a while, Ananka looked at him with curiosity and asked,
"My lord, if you don't mind me asking, what are you doing?"
Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then turned his head slightly. He hesitated before answering, knowing how weird she was about all things involving the Demon of Fate. Nevertheless, eventually he said,
"I'm creating essence strings. Weaving."
Her azure eyes widened slightly.
"You are a weaver, my lord?"
A weaver?
Sunny tilted his head.
If you mean someone who uses weaver sorcery, then yes, although I am not very proficient with it.
The young priestess was staring at him with reverence. He sighed.
Were these weavers very rare in your time?
She nodded slowly.
"Extremely so, my lord. The sorcery created by the Demon of Fate was not something mortals could easily learn, or gods even. There were only a few who mastered it. One of the 2 high priests of the nightmare spell was one such sorcerer. My mother told me that he was a shaper of souls and a master of all kinds of magic. But there are a lot of weavers like you in the future."
Sunny slowly shook his head.
No. There are a few whose aspects allow them to create memories, but as far as I know, I'm the only one who truly knows how to weave sorcery, unbound by the limits of my abilities.
He sighed.
I never had a teacher, though. Everything I know I've learned myself. That is why I can only create copies of the weaves created by the spell, or modify them at best.
The young priestess looked at him silently for a while, then smiled.
"But my lord, wouldn't that mean that the nightmare spell is your teacher? How can there be a better teacher than that?"
The corner of his mouth twitched. Suddenly grim, Sunny looked away.
I guess. The spell has taught me a great deal of things indeed.
Ananka's smile widened.
"You are beloved by fate, then. I feel at ease."
He hid his face, not wanting her to see the dark resentment drowning his eyes.
Beloved by fate, huh?
Sunny was indeed fated. However, that did not mean that fate was especially kind to him. It just meant that he was wrapped in its strings like a helpless puppet, doomed to always be at its mercy. In a sense, it meant that he would never know peace, not until he learned how to rip those strings apart.
It's much more like I am cursed by it.
But then again, wasn't his fate to become defiled? Tear his face with his nails and turn into a mad abomination? Wasn't that his future? Sunny shuddered, remembering that frightening possibility.
No way. I would rather die. I will die if this is the only outcome. That stupid theory of mine has to be wrong. I will never become the Mad Prince.
Closing his eyes for a moment, he calmed his wildly beating heart and concentrated on weaving essence strings once again. However, his fingers trembled as he did. By the time the 7 suns touched the surface of the flowing water, the swift ketch reached the second of the 7 houses. Mooring the boat to its piers, they camped for the night on the forlorn island. It looked like a place where life had thrived once, but now that vitality was gone. The children were gone. The parents were gone, and soon enough the 7 houses would be gone too, swallowed by the eternal currents of the great river. In the morning, Sunny was awoken by the creaking of the wind catchers. After giving Ananka some time to take a walk along the shore and remember the days of her childhood, they left the artificial islands and sailed downstream once again. It took them another day to pass the 3rd house. By then, Ananka's appearance had changed once again. She used to look only slightly older than Sunny and Nephis and Weave, but now it was as if she was of the same age as them, or even younger. By the time the swift ketch reached the 4th house, she seemed to be in her late teens. The mood inside the ketch had turned dark. Looking at the endearing adolescent face of the young priestess, it was impossible to deny that they would have to leave her behind soon. The House of Parting was not that far away anymore. Before they reached it, though, they had to pass by the last 3 of the 7 houses. However, by the time they were supposed to come into view of the 5th, Ananka's expression had turned tense, because the artificial island was nowhere to be found. Sunny and Nephis learned a few things about navigating the endlessly flowing waters of the great river, but they were still unsure what distance separated each of the 7 houses from each other. Nevertheless, they quickly understood that something was wrong by looking at Ananka's face. The young priestess was almost always either calm or smiling. At some point, however, a deep frown twisted her soft adolescent face, and a dark shadow was cast under her vibrant azure eyes. Sunny was the first to notice. He studied the teenage girl in front of them, then asked,
"What's wrong?"
Ananka lingered for a few moments.
We should have reached the 3rd house by now, my lord.
There were 7 artificial islands where the children of Weave spent their childhood, and although the swift ketch was supposed to reach the 5th one, they were actually numbered in reverse order, starting from the House of Birth far downstream and ending with the House of Youth, so the 3rd house would have been the 5th they saw. However, it seemed to have disappeared. The young priestess studied the vast expanse of the great river, then mumbled with uncertainty.
I guess the mechanisms of the island could have broken down, sending it adrift. I haven't visited here in a long while. Still, the deterioration shouldn't have reached that stage already.
Sunny and Nephis exchanged glances. Rising to her feet, Nephis looked north. Could it have been destroyed by an abomination? Ananka did not answer for a while. Eventually, she sighed.
It's unlikely, but not impossible. Maybe that is what happened indeed.
The ketch continued to fly downstream, but the mood of its 3 passengers had changed. Not only was there a threat of a powerful nightmare creature stalking the waters somewhere nearby, but the disappearance of one of the islands also meant that the rest of them could be gone as well.
Damnation.
Sunny did not particularly care about the remaining 2 of the 7 houses, but he was concerned about the lower House of Parting, the point where Ananka was supposed to say farewell to them. The young priestess was intending to gift them her ketch, so she needed another vessel in order to return to Weave. There were supposed to be other boats moored to the House of Parting, but if the island had been destroyed, they were going to have a problem.
It's not too bad.
The furthest island ship of Weave might not have been destroyed. Even if it was, Sunny could assume the form of the river serpent again, continuing to travel downstream without the ketch. With the Crown of Twilight, he would be able to sustain that form for longer, but not long enough to reach Fallen Grace. There were less powerful abominations in the past, though. Perhaps he and Nephis would be able to come up with a method to stay safe while he replenished his essence. There was nothing to do for now. First, they needed to reach the House of Parting and see whether it was still in one piece or not. They continued sailing downstream in grim silence. The 7 suns had already plunged into the great river, suffusing it with a soft glow, when Sunny suddenly stirred and peered into the distance. A few moments later, he pointed forward and said, his voice somber,
I see something. There.
Ananka silently moved the steering oar, guiding the ketch in that direction. A dozen minutes later, a dark shape became visible in the iridescent glow of the flowing water. It was massive and strangely shaped, rising above the surface of the river like a mountain. Without having to say anything, Nephis and Sunny summoned their weapons. Ananka called upon her harpoon as well. However, they weren't in danger. As the ketch drew closer to the ominous shape, they saw it for what it was. A shattered platform built upon the frame of some leviathan's bones was sticking out of the water, tilted and half drowned. They first saw one of its sides overgrown by seaweed and barnacles. It took Sunny some time to realize that he was looking at the bottom of an island ship. Soon, enormous water wheels came into sight, motionless and broken, hanging high in the air. Finally, they went around the edge of the drowning island and saw the side of it that was supposed to be the surface. The bright buildings, those of them that had remained above the water, had mostly collapsed into piles of rubble. The gardens had been destroyed, and the tidy streets had turned into a labyrinth of ruins. The tall wind catchers had been shattered, their blades sticking out of the river like torn sails. It was what remained of the third house. Looking at the scene of violent devastation, Sunny felt a cold shiver run down his spine.
What could have destroyed it so thoroughly?
It seemed as though a frenzied titan had been let loose on the floating island. Nephis gripped the hilt of her sword tighter. Her face was motionless, but white sparks were dancing in her eyes.
An abomination?
Ananka remained silent, studying the ruins with a dark expression. Eventually, she shook her head.
I don't know, my lady. Let's leave this place as soon as possible.
Despite her true age and her youthful appearance, the priestess was not a very good liar. Sunny could tell that she was keeping some suspicion to herself, but since Ananka did not want to speak of it, he decided not to press the issue. For now, he trusted her that much at least. The young priestess let Nephis take the steering oar and went to the bow of the ketch, still holding her harpoon. The ketch sailed past the ruins of the devastated house, giving them an opportunity to study how utter its destruction had been. None of them said anything, but all three looked somber and uneasy. Finally, they left the drowning island behind and continued moving with the current of the great river. An hour passed in tense silence. Then another. Despite Sunny's fears, no monstrous dweller of the depths attacked the small ketch. After a while, the first of the seven suns appeared from beneath the waters. The impenetrable darkness released its hold upon the sky, and a new day came, as bright and beautiful as all the rest of them. However, there was something different about this one. When all seven suns had risen from the water, Sunny noticed that far ahead of them, in the distance, the darkness still remained. It veiled the northern horizon like a wall, connecting the surface of the great river to the sky. Ananka was staring at the distant wall of darkness too, her youthful face pale. He scowled.
What is it? Some ancient abomination manifesting its power? A defiled?
The young priestess pursed her lips, then slowly shook her head.
No, my lord. It's much worse. It's a storm.
Her melodious voice sounded solemn.
A time storm.
The ominous words hung in the air, as foreboding as the wall of darkness veiling the sky far in the distance. Sunny and Nephis looked at Ananka, wary because of her somber expression. This was the first time either of them had seen the young priestess show signs of despondence. The three of them must have made for a funny sight. Two battle-hardened warriors staring at a teenage girl, waiting for her guidance. Sunny frowned.
A time storm?
Ananka nodded slowly.
Yes, my lord. I have told you before that time can be unpredictable on the Great River. There are places where it turns stale and unmoving, great whirlpools that nothing can ever escape, clashing currents, and deadly tides of all kinds. A time storm is one of the most dangerous anomalies one can encounter.
Her youthful face darkened.
It is a wandering disaster that twists and rips time apart, containing within itself absolute chaos. These storms originate from the span of the great river that corresponds to the final days of the Doom War, when the last cataclysmic battles between the daemons and the gods were fought, and when both sides perished. They usually don't reach that far upstream. I'm sorry.
Nephis shook her head.
You don't need to be sorry, Ananka. It is not your fault. However, how do we escape it?
The young priestess lingered for a few moments, then said quietly,
I am not sure that we can.
She uttered several words, easily overpowering Neph's shaping. The wind that had been filling the sails of the ketch disappeared, and a moment later, a powerful gale crushed into the wooden boat, making it creak. This one was not summoned by anyone. Much worse, it was blowing from downstream, pushing their hair back, which meant that the dark wall devouring the horizon was traveling in their direction. Judging by Ananka's expression, a time storm behaved the same. Sunny uttered a silent curse.
Can we outrun it?
The young priestess swiftly moved to the side of the ketch and looked down at the clear water flowing past the polished wood. A few moments later, she gritted her teeth.
I don't think so, my lord. We are already caught in its outer reaches.
It was only then that Sunny noticed that the current of the great river seemed to have grown much stronger. It was hard to tell when the ketch was flying forward at full speed, but now that it slowed down and was about to come to a halt, the changes were apparent, even for an outsider like himself. The wind was chasing the storm in their direction, while the current was pulling them into the storm. It was like a trap.
Damn it. What can we do then?
Ananka stared at the approaching wall of the storm with a dark expression. A few moments later, she took a deep breath and forced out a smile.
We will just have to brave it then, my lord and lady.
Sunny and Nephis stared at the teenage girl with stumped expressions. Hadn't she said that a time storm was a roving mass of chaotic time? Wild and distorted enough to be absolutely deadly? The third house had been much larger and infinitely more robust than their small ketch, but it was utterly destroyed. How the hell were they supposed to survive something like that? The young priestess shook her head.
It is not as bad as it sounds. I am a transcendent, after all. We, the followers of Weaver, had to pass through the tumultuous region from where these storms originate on our way upstream, so we know a thing or two about how to endure them.
Her voice sounded confident, but the look in her eyes was anything but. Noticing their doubt, Ananka sighed.
I'm reasonably certain that I can keep this small ketch from being torn apart. It is lucky, actually, that our vessel is not too large, however.
She stared at the wall of darkness that had already drawn closer in the few minutes they were talking, and grew solemn.
It is very important that none of us touches the water or becomes separated from the ketch. This storm front we see is only the after effect of the true disaster. The real horror lies beneath the waves, in the depths of the water. No one can survive being pulled down by the raging currents of broken time. If you fall into the river, you will never come back.
Sunny grimaced. His hope of being able to salvage the situation by turning into the river serpent had just been crushed. Now, his only choice was to trust Ananka to see them through the disaster. It was not that he didn't trust her, but Sunny suddenly remembered traversing the dark sea of the Forgotten Shore on the shoulder of the Walking Colossus. There had been a storm then, too, and a harrowing creature hiding within the storm. His expression crumbled.
There are no ancient abominations hiding in that wall of darkness, are there?
Ananka looked at him with surprise, then shook her head with a smile.
No, my lord. Even the defiled can't survive the broken time. They avoid these storms just as we do.
Sunny sighed and looked downstream with a bleak face. After a while, He asked in a dull voice.
We should prepare for a rocky ride then?
The young priestess nodded.
Indeed, my lord is wise.
He was not even in the mood to celebrate getting another praise. Shaking his head, Sonny started stretching his body, then froze, realizing how senseless his actions were. They were not preparing for a battle. Sharp swords and sturdy armor were not going to help them survive the storm, and neither would their combat skills. Sighing again, he asked,
What exactly do we need to do?
With no time to waste, Ananka directed them on how to help her prepare the ketch for braving the storm. She tried to sound calm, but hints of urgency found their way into her voice. The preparations did not take long. They lowered the sails, then folded them neatly. As it turned out, both masts of the ketch could be taken down as well. After dismantling them, everything was either stored under the deck of the wooden boat or fastened tightly in place. 10 minutes later, nothing that could be easily torn or broken by the wind remained. The ketch turned from a sailboat into a simple and barren vessel, seemingly too small to survive a terrible storm, but also solid enough to look like it maybe could. The three of them stood on the empty deck, looking north. The wall of darkness was approaching. As the winds turned violent and the surface of the great river grew restless, Ananka gave them a few simple instructions. There was not much to say, really. She would be responsible for steering the ketch, protecting it against the ravages of distorted time, and preventing it from turning over, while they had to scoop up the water that would inevitably get inside and throw it back overboard. The three of them also used sturdy ropes to tie themselves to the ketch. If the boat did overturn, hopefully, they would not be pulled into the depths of the underwater storm immediately. Sonny was not sure what would happen if Ananka failed to keep their boat above the waves, though, so he didn't feel too hopeful.
Prepare yourselves.
The voice of the young priestess was grave, which created a strange dissonance with her adolescent appearance.
Once we enter the storm, we won't be free of it for several days. It will be hard to endure the strain, even for Ascended like you, my lord and lady. Conserve your stamina, and essence too.
She lingered for a few moments, and then added quietly,
All kinds of things can happen, but fate will guide us. Have faith.
Sonny gritted his teeth. If there was one thing he did not have, and never wished to possess, it was faith. The only thing he believed in was the strength of his arms and the resilience of his spirit. But Ananka was different. If faith in Weaver could help her cope with the cruel truth of the world, then he didn't have the heart to diminish it with his words. So he remained silent.
Let's survive this.
Looking at the wooden dipper he had been given, Sonny sighed. Who knew that he would miss traveling inside the giant alloy coffins of the House of Night one day? The wall of darkness, meanwhile, was approaching. The winds were growing more and more violent, their howls drowning out all other sounds. The current of the great river had turned fast and erratic, carrying the ketch forward with frightening speed. Tall waves rose and fell, and the wooden boat rose and fell with them, strong impacts reverberating through his bones.
Several days of this, huh?
Sonny finally understood why Ananka had said that enduring the storm would not be easy, even for the inhumanly strong and resilient Ascended like them. Plus, it was not a mundane storm either. Eventually, the ketch plunged into a thick mist. A few moments before it did, the light of the seven suns suddenly grew strange and distorted, as if someone had covered the sky with a muddy prism. Sonny's hair stood on end. He experienced a very eerie and uncomfortable sensation. A sensation of the laws of the world coming undone around him, maybe. Time, which had always been a constant, did not feel solid and reliable anymore. Instead, it was wild and chaotic, playing strange games with his perception. Even the shadows surrounding him were fragmented and twisted, stretched endlessly or moving in an impossible manner. It was rather maddening. He felt nauseated. And apart from this bizarre sense of wrongness, the Ketch was being thrown around like a toy by the waves, his body being jerked from side to side, up and down, experiencing moments of weightlessness and rough impacts. The winds were battering him, throwing streams of water at his face. The roaring of the storm was deafening. Blinded by the furiously swirling mist and the drops of water flying into his eyes, Sunny instantly felt miserable and afraid. People had always been frightened in the face of raging nature, but here, it was not even nature. Instead, the storm surrounding them was entirely unnatural. It was just as harrowing still. And it was only growing stronger. They were only at the outer boundary of the unnatural disaster. As Sunny wondered how they were going to survive several days of this torture, if the Ketch wasn't destroyed sooner at that, he heard Ananka through the cacophony of the raging storm. The names she had spoken were unfamiliar, and judging by the strain in her voice, they were not something the young priestess could easily use or invoked often. Nevertheless, after she spoke these words, the nauseating distortion of the time storm seemed to have subsided a little. The Ketch was still climbing the tall waves and plummeting from them, and the winds were still as violent as they had been a moment before. But the physical hardship of enduring their ruthless assault was at least tolerable. It was as though an invisible bubble of more stable time appeared around the small Ketch, keeping the worst of the chaos away. Sunny turned his head to look at the young priestess. Ananka was holding the steering oar with both hands, looking into the mist with a focused expression. Her youthful face was pale, but her azure eyes were full of stalwart determination. She controlled the Ketch with a skill born from hundreds of years of living on the great river, somehow guiding it through the towering waves and chaotic currents. Then he glanced at Nephis. Her eyes were burning with white flame, the light fabric of her tunic fluttering in the wind. Finally, Sunny looked down and let out a heavy breath. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it into the mist. His hand trembled for a moment. Were they really going to live through this? Sunny had lived through a great deal of things, many of which no one had any business surviving. He had often imagined his death as well. In his imagination, that death always came at the hand of a powerful nightmare creature or a similarly powerful human. Sometimes he imagined dying of old age in a comfortable bed, too. One thing Sunny very rarely imagined, if ever, was being killed by a dumb, mindless force of nature. Perhaps it was vain, considering the kinds of environments he often ended up in, but still, he was unwilling to succumb to something so senseless.
I survived a fight with a great beast, damn it!
Was he going to die because of a weird storm?
Like hell I will.
Not to mention that there were the lives of Nephis and Ananka to consider too. Encouraging himself like this, Sunny endured another wave and scooped more water from the wet deck. The mist swirled and boiled around them, and the small Ketch was being pulled deeper and deeper into the storm. The time storm raged all around them. The current of the great river, which had always been calm and constant, turned into a furious tide, being carried and tossed around by it. The Ketch flew forward with terrible speed. Tall waves rose and fell, and hurricane winds howled like frenzied beasts. Everything around them was drowning in a boiling fog. Blinded by it, deafened by the roaring thunderclaps, the three of them had lost all sense of time and direction. There was only the feeling of the wet deck beneath their feet, the soaring and plummeting of the wooden boat, and the physical strain of enduring the cataclysmic fury of the storm. Faced with its inconceivable wrath, Sunny couldn't help but feel how tiny and insignificant he was in the face of the unnatural disaster. And that was with Ananka holding the worst of it at bay as well. The eerie, deeply distressing feeling of the immutable laws of the world turning vague and volatile was still there. Muted, but indescribably oppressive. He felt sickened, both physically and mentally. It was as if the solid foundation of his very being had suddenly been replaced by shifting quicksand, leaving him shaking and unstable. Perhaps that was what madness felt like.
Damnation.
Steeling his heart, Sonny tried to ignore the appalling sensation and concentrated on his task, scooping up the water that had been thrown into the ketch by the storm and tossing it overboard. There was a lot of it, but he and Nephis could still keep up. It was just that this simple task had turned out to be much more demanding than he had expected. Simply existing in the wildly rocking boat was already an exercise in endurance. Considering the dire speed of the current and the height of the waves, it felt as though some demented giant was playing catch with their bodies, throwing them high up and then slamming them down with ferocious power. Keeping his balance was not only tiring, but also difficult. Every muscle in his body was under strain, seemingly at all times. The movements of the jerking ketch were chaotic and impossible to predict. However, failing to follow them was tantamount to death. If Sonny was not careful and failed to continuously adjust to the constant changes, he would be thrown down on the deck, or worse yet, tossed overboard into the seething water. And yet, he had to do more than simply exist. He had to move, scoop up water, and throw it back into the raging river. Of course, there were more efficient ways of accomplishing that task. He could do more, and do it better, with the help of shadow manifestation. But their struggle against the storm was going to be an arduous marathon, not a sprint. Currently, he felt only slightly tired. That tiredness was going to turn into a crippling exhaustion sooner rather than later. Then, he was going to have to burn through his essence to keep his battered body moving, hoping against all hope that his reserves were deep enough. Wasting it on frivolous things would have been a short-sighted decision.
I was wrong.
Before they had plunged into the storm, Sonny had noted that it was not a battle. But it was. It was just as physically straining, just as violent, and just as deadly. The difference was that he couldn't remember a battle that had lasted for many days without ever allowing the fighters to rest and breathe for even a minute. How dreadful would that be? At least the enemy was a mindless force of nature. An enemy like that did not require him to think too much, thus draining his mental powers. While arduous and exhausting, his task was not too far from being mechanical. Sonny still had to remain focused and actively pay attention to the motions of the ketch, but he didn't have to think, analyze the situation, and come up with lethal schemes. The same went for Nephis. Ananka, however, her task was much more difficult than theirs. Not only did the priestess have to maintain the mystical protections around the ketch, she was also responsible for steering it. The small boat would have already overturned a dozen times if not for the swift and precise judgment of their guide. Sonny looked back at the small figure of the young girl who was holding the steering oar firmly, peering into the mist. Her face was pale, but her eyes were brimming with focused resolve. He was worried about her. He was worried about a great deal of things. For example, about the fact that they were barely a few hours into the storm, with multiple days of this hell still remaining before the ketch escaped it. If nothing unexpected happened. One step at a time. One wave at a time. One thunderclap at a time. That was how they were going to survive the time storm. That was how Sonny and Nephis were going to survive the third nightmare as well. Sonny did not have even the slightest idea what was going to happen after he became a saint, not only to him, but also to humanity itself. The great clans were going to continue their war. The waking world would continue to crumble. The nightmare spell would continue to pull them all deeper and deeper into the mysterious machinations of the demon of fate.
Let's survive the damn storm first.
Cursing under his breath, he bent his knees to lessen the impact of the wooden deck hitting his feet, endured the ketch plummeting from the crest of a tall wave to crash violently into the water, then hurriedly threw several scoops of foaming water over the side of the boat. A few steps away, Nephis was doing the same. The world seemed to be coming undone all around them. Separated from the abyss of broken time by only the thin deck of a wooden boat, they sailed through the raging mist. Sunny had long lost track of time, if it even existed in this furious abyss. The howling of the wind and the roar of harrowing thunderclaps had fused into a deafening cacophony, making his ears ring. His sight had been robbed by the boiling mist and the torrents of water. His lungs were on fire, and his muscles felt like they were on the verge of tearing. It was not easy to bring an Ascended to such a sorry state through sheer physical hardship, but here he was, feeling like dying. With each passing hour, or minute maybe, Sunny was using more and more essence to supplement his failing strength. The ketch was still being carried by the tumultuous current, dancing between towering waves. The world was veiled by mist and darkness. He was still scooping up water, which was now sloshing around his ankles. The wooden dipper Ananka had given him had broken some time ago, replaced by an iron bowl.
How much longer?
Sunny was not sure what he was trying to ask himself. How much longer before they escaped the storm? Or before they drowned? In any case, he longed to drop on something solid, unmoving, and rest. Even if that rest would last forever. The deck suddenly lurched upward, and he toppled, hitting it with his head. For a moment, Sunny saw stars, but even the stars were dancing wildly, tossed around by the cursed storm. There was no answer. He had attempted to measure time by how fast his essence replenished, hoping that the crown of twilight would tell him when dawn and dusk came. But even the great memory succumbed to the vagaries of broken time. It activated and fell silent with no rhyme or reason, acting as bizarrely and chaotically as the deadly storm around them. All that Sunny knew was that it had to be a day, or 2 days maybe, since they had entered the wall of darkness, at least, even though it felt like an eternity. The only measure of the passage of time that Sunny and Nephis had was Ananka. Although that, in and of itself, was one of the most frightening things. The young priestess was still steering the ketch, now slumped over and barely holding on to the oar. However, her appearance had changed. If before she looked like an adolescent girl in her late teens, now she seemed more like a child, no more than 12 years old. Ananka had always been a person of small stature, but at the moment, her body shrank even more. The dark mantle she wore looked almost comically large for her delicate frame, which seemed to drown in its folds. Nevertheless, she never wavered in her duty, keeping their small boat afloat despite the harrowing fury of the great river. Even knowing that the priestess was a couple of 100 years old, Sunny couldn't help but feel his heart tighten when he saw a child struggling against the same hell he and Nephis were being tortured by. Picking himself up from the deck, Sunny gritted his teeth and continued to scoop the water up. The slower he was, the heavier the ketch would become, and the heavier it became, the more peril they would be in. It was already a miracle that the old boat continued to withstand the ruthless cruelty of the storm. It couldn't continue for much longer. Not only because the wooden hull of the ketch could split apart at any moment, but also because the chaotic nature of the time storm was growing more and more eerie and violent around them. Despite the bubble of stability created around the boat by Ananka, they could feel it. Sunny thought he saw strange shapes in the mist. At other times, he felt his own body and mind changing for a split second before reverting to their previous state. The same thing was happening to Nephis. He wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but her figure and face seemed to be changing from time to time. Her silver hair always seemed to be of different lengths. Her beautiful face appeared as unusual one moment. Then, it would turn into the pale face of a drowned corpse for a fraction of a second, or become burned and charred beyond recognition. As soon as he blinked, the changes would disappear, and Neph would turn into her usual self. Shuddering, Sunny thought about what she saw when she looked at him. Did she see his face become covered by countless scars, turning into a demented mask of mutilated flesh, his eyes changing to contain boundless madness? But even that was not the scariest part of the time storm. The scariest part was that Sunny could hear vague echoes whispered by a familiar voice, as if the spell was talking to him. Even they sounded senseless and twisted, broken beyond recognition, as though even the nightmare spell was not above being affected by the harrowing calamity. He had seen it rendered powerless only once before, in the Red Colosseum, which had been created by hope. According to Ananka, the time storms were echoes of the final battle between the daemons and the gods. Was it such a surprise, then, that the authority of the nightmare spell was disrupted by them? After all, he had already known that its power was not absolute. Pushing his exhausted body and struggling to withstand the relentless assault of the dreadful disaster, Sunny withstood a powerful blow of the hurricane wind and tossed another portion of water overboard. A sudden thought occurred to him in the midst of the infernal tempest. He froze for a moment, desperately trying to catch his breath.
Was the nightmare spell Weaver's attempt at creating an absolute law of their own?
He was so stunned by that idea that it even seemed like the storm disappeared for a moment. It was as though the howling of the wind subsided and a deafening silence surrounded him.
What?
It really did disappear. Bright light suddenly pierced Sunny's eyes, and he hissed, covering them with a hand. The violent rocking of the deck subsided as well.
Did we escape?
Sunny lowered his hand and looked at the horizon. Then he tiredly fell to the deck. In front of them was a vast expanse of perfectly still water. It was not just peaceful, it was actually unmoving. For the first time since they had entered the third nightmare, the great river stood still. Bright sunlight was pouring from the clear azure sky, illuminating the dreamlike vista. Behind them, the time storm rose like a dark wall. In front of them, far away, was the same veil of darkness. It surrounded the vast circle of calm water like an ominous barrier, seething with rage. The circle of calm water itself, meanwhile, was like a flawlessly flat mirror. It shone with reflected sunlight, making it seem as though they were drifting on the surface of a radiant star. Sunny closed his eyes, then covered his face with both hands.
No, we didn't escape anything.
Instead, they had only reached the eye of the storm. Drifting across the perfectly still surface of the water, the battered ketch slowly gained distance from the swirling wall of dark mist. The raging winds died down, then disappeared altogether. A strange silence settled upon the world, as if they were caught in a gap between two moments. Only the subtle ripples that spread through the radiant mirror of the frozen river's surface by the bow of the ketch showed that this hidden sanctuary was not entirely and eternally unchanging. Sunny fell back and leaned tiredly on the side of the wooden boat, breathing heavily. He looked at Nephis, then at Ananka. The silence was too sweet to break it with the sound of human voices. He was too exhausted to speak as well. For a while, all three of them remained motionless, trying to recover from the torturous fury of the howling storm.
We'll have to dive back into that hell eventually.
The thought alone made Sunny shudder. Refusing to entertain it, he closed his eyes and slumped down, intending to rest for a few minutes. Instead, he fell into the embrace of sleep almost immediately. Perhaps because of nightmare, or perhaps because even the defiled titans could not reach into the depths of the time storm, nothing visited him in his dreams. Sunny woke up with a start when a shadow fell on him, For a split second, he was afraid that they were back in the ruthless grinder of the time cataclysm. But it was only Nephis. She had walked to the bow of the ketch to look ahead, her face pale and her eyes sunken. He stared at her for a few moments, then sighed and pulled himself upright.
How long was I asleep?
She lingered for a while.
There's no way to tell.
Sunny frowned, confused by the odd answer. However, then he felt it himself. In the place where the deep discomfort of sensing the broken nature of time had been, there was now a strange emptiness. But it was not the familiar comfort of sensing the natural flow of time either. Instead, it was the absolute lack of it. He frowned, realizing that he could not feel the passage of time at all. It was a truly bizarre sensation, one that could not be properly described with words. His heart was beating, and his chest rose and fell as he breathed. However, he did not know how long each heartbeat took, and how much time passed between each breath. It could have been a moment, a minute, or 1,000 years. It could have been an eternity. Sunny grimaced.
Damnation.
What was happening now? They were alive, strangely enough. At least it seemed that way. His body ached all over, still reeling from the terrible strain of surviving the storm. Such pain was something that only the living felt. Sunny turned to Ananka, wanting to ask the priestess a few questions, but remained silent in the end. His expression darkened. The priestess looked even younger than she had the last time he saw her. Now, she resembled a girl of 10 years of age at most. Her ebony hair was short and unruly, and her lovely face had become round and immature, with clear blue eyes and cheeks that had yet to lose all of their baby plumpness. Ananka was sitting on the helmsman's bench, her feet dangling above the deck. Noticing his gaze, she picked up the folds of her comically oversized mantle and jumped down.
Greetings, my lord.
Her pleasant voice had grown childish and awkward. Sunny hesitated, staring at the young girl. She looked nothing short of adorable. However, he did not feel uplifted by the cute sight. Instead, his heart felt as heavy as a mountain. If they broke free of the storm, would Ananka even be able to return to weave on her own? He glanced at Nephis, who stood with her back to them, then sighed.
We'll think of something.
Then Sunny turned to the child priestess and asked,
What is going on exactly?
She smiled sweetly, her azure eyes sparkling, 2 dimples appearing on her plump cheeks.
We are in the eye of the storm, my lord. Time is frozen still here. It is not dangerous, I think. It's just that...
He was momentarily distracted from her words by a subtle movement in the water. The strange thing, though, was that he did not sense any shadows shifting. Turning his head, Sunny glanced outside the ketch. The surface of the great river was perfectly clear and flat, turning into a giant mirror. The azure sky reflected in it seamlessly, suffused with bright sunlight. It was as though the entire world was shining with a splendid radiance. The sight of it was like a vision from a beautiful dream. However, there was something beneath the radiance. Sunny heard Ananka end the sentence as he peered through the light.
We shouldn't look at the water.
Her warning came a split second too late. The scream died in his throat as he saw a pale figure moving across the surface of the water with calamitous killing intent, shrouded in countless layers of furious darkness. That rippling darkness was boundless and unfathomable, containing within itself an infinite number of choices. The features of the harrowing figure were vague and obscured, and all he could see was a pair of terrible wings, their feathers black like those of a raven. They spread, vast enough to devour the sky and drown the world in howling mist. Staggering back, Sonny fell to his knees and vomited blood. 2 streams of it burst from his nose, too. Bloodweave, which would usually prevent something like this, was reeling in stupor, and so was he. It was as though his mind had suffered a tremendous shock from witnessing the dark figure and sensing the harrowing depth of its obliterating killing intent. Hurting and disoriented, Sonny wiped the blood off his face and spat.
What the hell was that?
Ananka remained silent for a while, uncharacteristically solemn. Then she said in a low voice,
Those are the reflections of the gods, my lord, and of the demons that slayed them.
Sonny wiped the blood off his lips and remained motionless for a while, staring at the wooden deck. There was an irate expression on his face, and when he threw a furtive glance to his side, his body trembled slightly.
That's great. The reflections of the gods and demons.
It made sense in the senseless kind of way that seemed to be prevalent here in the Tomb of Ariel. The time storms were echoes of the final battles between the daemons and the gods. They had been created when the aftershocks of those unimaginable clashes reached the Great River through the titanic walls of the Black Pyramid. So it wasn't that unusual that there were reflections of the awesome deities still remaining in the eye of the storm, where time was frozen still. Whose figure had Sonny witnessed just now? Nephis, it seemed, also wanted to know.
What did you see?
Her voice sounded nonchalant, but he could tell that she was curious. Sonny groaned and sat down, then summoned the endless spring to take a sip of water. Washing the taste of blood off his tongue, he lingered for a moment and said in a somber tone,
I think I just saw Nether in full war mode, going all out.
The harrowing figure which was shrouded in darkness, Sonny was not certain, but he felt that it was the prince of the underworld, Nether, the demon of destiny himself. After all, he was also the demon of choice, and that was what Sonny had sensed within the boundless expanse of rippling darkness, an infinite amount of choices. True darkness also originated from the mists of the Hollow Mountains, where Nether's domain lay.
Curse it.
Sonny had seen a daemon before. However, he had not been reduced to such a sorry state after meeting Hope face to face. Why was gazing upon the prince of the underworld so different?
I guess it was not seeing him. It was feeling an echo of his killing intent.
Nether's murderous will was so terrifying that simply looking at his reflection almost killed Sonny. And that was considering that he was an ascended tyrant too. If a mundane person had glimpsed the visage of the infuriated daemon, they would have probably dropped dead at the spot. Simple as that.
Scary.
Sonny turned to Nephis and smiled weakly.
Neph, remind me to never get on the bad side of a deity.
She raised an eyebrow slightly, giving him a dubious look.
What is that supposed to mean?
Ignoring his request, Nephis shook her head and asked,
So, what did he look like? The demon of destiny?
She had spent her second nightmare in the underworld, so she must have been dying to know. Sonny remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he shrugged.
I have no idea. I only saw a pair of raven wings and a figure moving within a shroud of terrifying darkness. That was pretty much it. But it was also enough to almost make me pass out, so...
He looked at Ananka and asked,
Are all the gods and daemons reflected in these waters?
The child priestess seemed unsure.
I don't know, my lord. Perhaps they are. All except Weaver, who did not participate in the Doom War. War God, Sun God, Beast God, Storm God, Heart God, and Shadow God. The reflections should be here.
The same goes for the daemons. The demon of desire, the demon of dread, the demon of choice, the demon of imagination, and the demon of repose. Oh, and the sixth one. I seem to be forgetting her title.
Ananka's childish voice grew quiet with embarrassment and then ceased completely. Sunny stared at her for a few moments.
Right. The sixth one should be Oblivion. Oblivion is a she, huh?
Then he knew the titles of all 7 daemons now, didn't he? Weaver, the demon of fate, the oldest of the 7. Hope, the demon of desire. Although she was also often called Desire, the demon of hope, which was not confusing at all. Then there was Ariel, the demon of dread, and the demon of oblivion whose name had been forgotten by all. Nether, the demon of destiny, or choice, was the youngest. The last 2 he had never heard of before, the demon of imagination and the demon of repose.
Weird.
Their titles did not sound particularly demonic at all. He had expected something disastrous and terrifying, like the demon of strife or the demon of frenzy. The daemons had been feared above all other lesser deities after all, and perhaps even more than the gods. The word for imagination could also be translated as illusion, vision, or sight. The word for repose could also be translated as renewal, rejuvenation, and restoration. What was so frightening about these things?
Well, imagination can indeed be scary, I guess. I can also imagine how ceaseless renewal might end up becoming a nightmare, sort of.
Nevertheless, the 2 daemons were a complete mystery to him. To be honest, all 7 daemons were a mystery, as were all 6 gods.
If only there was a place where I could learn a bit about each of them, including how they looked and fought, right?
Sunny glanced at the radiant water, suddenly consumed not only by dread, but also by burning curiosity. It was all right here, one look away. Shuddering, Sunny forced himself to turn away.
What are you doing, fool?
He was in the tomb of Ariel of all places, a titanic pyramid built to bury the truths that even one of these ineffable beings had not been able to bear, and where the knowledge of those truths gave birth to the defilement. If Sunny failed to understand that not all truths were meant to be learned in such a place, then he really did not deserve to be alive.
What a disappointment.
Why wasn't there a demon of curiosity? Curiosity was a much more terrifying thing than imagination and repose, as far as he was concerned. Looking at the embarrassed Ananka, he sighed and shook his head.
The 6th daemon is Oblivion. Don't worry, it's her nature to be easily forgotten. You already did well by remembering that there was one more of them, really.
The child priestess hesitated for a while, then nodded with a smile.
Right. Thank you, my lord.
Trying not to look too closely at the surface of the water, Sunny turned away and peered into the distance, where the dark wall of the time storm towered like a boundary of the world. His expression dulled. The moment of respite in the eye of the storm was welcome and unexpected, but it was also doomed to be brief. Soon, they would have to challenge the fury of the unnatural cataclysm once again. The thought made him shudder. It was peaceful in the eye of the storm, if a little bit eerie. The strange lack of the sensation of time had been uncomfortable at first, but Sunny quickly found himself forgetting that time had ever existed at all. The view of the azure sky reflecting on the perfectly calm water was beautiful and tranquil. The silence was like a lullaby, making him feel at ease. Sunny had not felt such peace in a long, long while. There was no need to hurry, and no possibility to do so anyway. Without telling how long their actions took, they could not know whether they were being slow or swift either. So it was fine to just let go and remain still for a bit, enjoying the serene stillness of the world. which was why Sonny soon found himself feeling cold dread.
No, this is not good.
It was just too easy to be lulled into inaction in this strange and frozen place. At some point, Sonny realized that he did not know how long he had remained sitting with his back against the side of the ketch without a thought in his head. His eyes widened slightly. If they weren't careful, would they end up frozen forever in the eye of the storm too? Just like everything else was frozen in this tranquil haven? Shuddering, he turned to Ananka and asked,
"How long has it been since we reached this place?"
She helplessly shook her small head.
I don't know, my lord.
He hesitated.
"How long before we dive back into the storm, then?"
The child priestess peered into the distance. Her large blue eyes darkened somewhat. Nevertheless, she said resolutely,
We'll leave as soon as possible. Time might be frozen here, but it still flows outside. It is better not to linger. Otherwise, Falling Grace might already be destroyed when we finally escape the disaster, and I would have failed in my task.
Sonny let out a relieved sigh.
Right. It is not too bad.
They had not been caught in the trap of frozen time yet. Ananka was proof. She had grown a bit younger after they had entered the eye of the storm, meaning that the circle of tranquil water was moving in relation to the unceasing current of the great river. Since she had not turned even younger yet, they couldn't have been idling in the serene silence for too long. She was like their anchor in this beautiful and insidiously dreadful place.
Thank the gods.
Sonny suddenly wanted to laugh. He could have never imagined that he would be desperate to dive back into the nightmarish havoc of the deathly storm. But here it was, the desire to escape the tranquil circle of frozen time, fast. The future was truly unknowable, and one could never say never. Nephis stirred at the bow of the ketch and looked at them, her expression stiff.
I've been keeping an eye on the wall of the storm. We have drawn closer to the outer boundary, somewhat, but without the current, the ketch is moving too slowly. In fact, it is not moving at all. We will have to raise the sails and summon the wind.
It seemed that she had never lost track of their goal. Sonny sighed. The nature of time might have changed, but Neph never did. At least the deepest reaches of her heart did not. She was still just like she had been all those years ago, beneath the branches of the soul-devouring tree. Back then, she had also spent all her time on the shore of the Ashen Barrow, looking west, even if she couldn't quite remember why. Her single-minded determination was something to rely on as well. It was ironic, really. A girl whose fate it was to bring change was the most unchanging thing in Sonny's life. As he was thinking about that, Ananka's shoulders fell slightly.
Yes, my lady. Just give me a moment and I...
Nephis shook her head.
No, I will summon the wind, and I will steer the ketch. I will guide us out of the storm when we enter it as well.
The child priestess looked up at her with a startled expression.
But my lady...
Neph stared at her somberly for a few moments, her gaze heavy. Eventually she said bluntly,
You have grown too weak, Ananka. I am sorry. Your body is not strong enough to handle the strain. You can't even reach the deck with your feet while sitting on the helmsman's bench. How are you going to control the oar?
She looked down, then sighed. Walking up to the child priestess, Nephis patted her on the shoulder and forced out a smile.
Don't worry. Isn't that why you taught me? You taught me well. I will steer the ketch while you keep the broken time at bay. Each of the three of us will make sure that we escape the storm alive.
With that, she threw a poignant look at Sonny. He felt sorry for Ananka, but knew that Nephis was right. Their guide was not capable of guiding the boat through a raging storm anymore. Even if it hurt her pride and went against her determination, it was time for the two of them to protect Ananka instead of being protected by her. They had to make sure that she survived the storm, and after that, they had to make sure that she had the means of returning to Weave, too.
How did everything become so complicated?
The damned storm had thoroughly destroyed their plans. Now all they could do was finish their battle against it, and then come up with new ones. The strain on Sunny was going to increase, considering that he would be draining the water from the ketch alone this time. But he would have to manage, somehow. If there was one consolation, it was that half of the journey was already behind them. Knowing that each minute brought them closer to safety, he wouldn't need to preserve his essence as much. Sunny smiled, then clapped his hands.
All right, let's get out of the eye of the storm first. Honestly, this beautiful place is way too creepy. I'll feel better once we're drowning in raging water and being battered by devastating winds. Wouldn't you?
Not to mention that he was still struggling against an overwhelming desire to peer into the reflections frozen in the still water. Consequences be damned. Ananka lowered her head, despondent, but there was nothing she could say. Her small frame was indeed not suitable for steering the ketch through the powerful storm anymore. Transcendent or not, she was still a child now. Feeling a sense of urgency, the three of them struggled against the lulling tranquility of the frozen time and hurried themselves, hoping to return to the crushing embrace of the storm as soon as possible. As Nephis steered the ketch toward the wall of darkness, Sunny had some time to prepare himself mentally for the arduous struggle that lay ahead of them. He also had time to observe Ananka closer. What he saw did not bode well. Despite being an adult, and someone hundreds of years old at that, the priestess had regained the body of a young child. Looking at her youthful appearance, it was hard to remember how ancient, decrepit, and frail she had been once when they had met her in the far future. But the change was not exactly a benevolent one. Despite being full of vitality, Ananka had obviously grown much weaker. Her immature body was not as strong and physically capable as it had been before, but worse than that, the differences went deeper. As Sunny observed the child priestess, he slowly realized that her mind had been affected by her turning into a child as well. It was as though her head could not contain the mature consciousness of an experienced adult anymore, nor could her heart handle the powerful emotions of one with the same composure. Ananka had not really turned dull or less intelligent, but there was a certain infantile straightforwardness to how she spoke and behaved now. Her eyes, which had always been wise, seemed slightly naive as well, her mind slowly regressing. Sunny felt cold claws grip his heart.
Curse it.
He gritted his teeth and looked down, but then forced himself to straighten.
Fine. It's fine. She has taken care of us enough. We'll take care of her now.
Of course, they still needed the child priestess to protect the ketch from the ravages of broken time. Sunny hoped that she would be able to maintain the bubble of stability around the ketch, both for their sake and her own. Once they were out of the storm, they would find a way to help her return to Weave, even if it meant turning around and sailing back upstream. His heavy thoughts were interrupted by a sudden breeze that threw tiny droplets of water into his face. Sunny looked up, sensing the shadows around them shift.
We're here.
The wall of darkness was already drawing close.
Hurry!
Nephis dismissed the winds she had summoned and hurried to the middle of the ketch. Together, they swiftly lowered the sails and dismantled the masts, repeating the actions they had performed before entering the storm for the first time. By the time they were done, the water around them was not still anymore. Although weak, there was a hint of a current pulling them toward the seething wall of dark mist. The light of the seven suns slowly dimmed, and the winds grew more violent. Sunny grimaced, sensing the bizarre transition from the absence of time to the unnerving mess of it being broken and volatile.
Come on, Ananka.
Despite his worries, the child priestess performed her task just as flawlessly as she had before. Submitting to her will, the feeling of time having gone mad diminished, allowing them to breathe freely. The nauseating feeling of fundamental wrongness in the world was still there, but bearable. Sunny quietly cursed.
Ugh, I have not missed that sensation.
The current was growing faster and faster, the still surface of the water becoming restless. Finally, waves appeared, small and weak at first, then chaotic and powerful. Standing at the stern of the ketch, Nephis steered it with an iron hand. Sparks of white danced in her eyes, refusing to be devoured by the encroaching darkness.
Here we go.
The darkness swallowed the world once again. The tranquil silence was torn apart, replaced by the furious howling of the wind. The deck of the ketch jerked. Mounting a tall wave, a thunderous thunderclap shook the world.
This is it. The last hurdle.
Looking into the nightmarish abyss of the storm, Sunny found Ananka's shoulder and pulled her closer to him so that she wouldn't be thrown overboard by the violent waves. Looking down, he hesitated for a few moments, then smiled.
Don't worry, it will be fine. I once rode a saint into the depths of the ocean to fight a corrupted terror, you know. That was way scarier than this.
Ananka stared at him with her large azure eyes, and then nodded.
Yes, my lord.
Sunny grinned, then picked up the iron bowl and prepared to scoop up as much water as he could.
Granted, I only survived fighting the Sibyl of the Fallen Grace by luck, and now I need to survive this storm somehow to meet her again. What a ridiculous turn of events, really.
It was indeed a bit ridiculous. However, Sunny did not feel like laughing. The storm swallowed them like a giant beast. The ketch flew on the raging current, dwarfed by towering waves. The swirling mist enveloped the world, making it seem as though nothing except the terrible disaster remained within the tomb of Ariel. The insidious tranquility of the eye of the storm seemed as though it had never existed. They had left its shelter, as well as the reflections of the gods and the daemons behind. Sunny would have felt regret at the missed opportunity to learn divine secrets, but he had no time to think about such things. Bending down, he scooped up the first portion of water and tossed it back into the mist. His body did not ache, for now. His reserves of essence were not empty, for now. His mind was not numbed by the sickening feeling of time breaking apart, for now. All these torments would come soon, and then, hopefully, he would leave them behind as well, to make space for some new horrors without a doubt. But one day, at the end of it all, a bright future awaited him. Maybe. For now, however, what lay ahead was the past. Sunny had to travel far into the past to meet Dusk of the Fallen Grace, find the members of the cohort, and conquer this damned nightmare. Shielding his face from the devastating blow of the wind, he gritted his teeth.
Really now?
They were braving the storm of broken time in the company of a 200-year-old child who was a priestess of the nightmare spell. Sunny chuckled.
No one is going to believe this crap.
The time storm seemed even more violent the second time around. The deafening howling of the wind had grown deeper and louder, sounding more like a monstrous roar now. It was as if an enormous beast was struggling to break free of its chains somewhere below the waves, its voice reverberating across the entire world and shaking the heavens. The sky itself seemed like it had been torn asunder and collapsed. A flood of boiling mist poured through its broken dam, devouring the seething surface of the great river. The tiny speck of the wooden ketch flew through the howling abyss, surrounded by frenzied darkness. Sometimes, a thunderous crack would drown out the fury of the storm, as if the pillars of the world were fracturing and crumbling apart. Then, a blinding flash of lightning would momentarily illuminate the turbulent expanse of dark water. Hidden by the mist, colossal waves rose and fell like black mountains, carrying with them an obliterating weight. And those were only the outward manifestations of the harrowing storm. Sunny did not know what kind of destructive forces were clashing in the depths of the river below the ketch, but he could feel the nature of time turning more and more twisted around them. Even protected by Ananka, he could feel his body and mind twist and crack with it. He failed to contend with the furious power of the wild current and was sent tumbling, colliding with the side of the ketch. Blinded by pain and ignoring it, Sunny reached out and caught the child priestess before she was washed overboard. The ropes connecting them to the ketch became entangled, but it was the least of his problems right now. The wooden boat was creaking and groaning around them, seemingly on the verge of breaking apart. Nephis had firmly planted herself at the stern, holding onto the steering oar with all her might. White flames were dancing in her eyes, and soft radiance rose from her skin, made vague and unclear by the veil of mist. The ketch was falling from a towering wave, and Sunny felt weightless for a moment. His body was actually separated from the deck, drifting upward. He had to activate the Feather of Truth and make himself heavier in order to not be tossed into the air. Placing himself between the wooden deck and Ananka, Sunny gritted his teeth. A moment later, the crushing impact of the fall came, knocking the wind out of him. Hurt, suffocating, he whispered a quiet curse. The ketch was filling up with water. How was he supposed to drain it if he couldn't even remain standing? They had done well up until now. It was impossible to tell how long their dreadful journey through the storm had lasted, but judging by how tired and battered his body was, it couldn't have been a small amount of time. Despite that, there was no sign of the furious disaster growing any weaker. In fact, it was only becoming more violent and dire, and now his strength was failing him.
I can't resist it with just my body anymore.
Sunny knew that he had to conserve his essence as much as possible, yet the situation had become too desperate. Even if it was too soon, there was no other choice but to burn the bridges and open the floodgates, hoping that the storm would subside sooner than his reserves ran dry.
It's going to be all right, Ananka. We'll just have to hold on for a little bit more.
His whisper was too quiet for the child priestess to hear through the deafening roaring of the storm, but it made him feel stronger. Pushing himself off the deck, Sunny threw a somber glance at Nephis. Changing Star was standing at the stern of the ketch, like a beautiful statue, surrounded by a white halo. Her slender figure, silhouetted by the fluttering fabric of the windswept tunic, was the only source of light in the ocean of seething darkness. Her face was pale and motionless, turned into a porcelain mask by the torment of her torturous flaw. Neph's eyes were grim and radiant, burning with furious resolve and cold determination. She was struggling just as much as he was. She was also just as stubborn and relentless as he was. Together, they were going to overcome this terrible storm, despite it all. Sunny pushed air into his burning lungs. Sparks of light ignited in the mist around him, coalescing into several memories. First, a serpentine crown of black metal appeared on his head. Then, a flute carved out of emerald bone appeared in his hand. Sunny took a deep breath and activated the Royal Promise enchantment of the Crown of Twilight. Immediately, he felt a subtle connection form between him and the seething waters of the great river. That connection was weak and insignificant, but it was strong enough for his goals. Commanding the water like he did shadows, Sunny willed it to move. The foaming water that filled the insides of the ketch, already reaching above his shins, suddenly stirred. Flowing in reverse, it tentatively crawled up the sides of the boat and spilled out into the turbulent darkness beyond. 1 second passed. Then another few heartbeats later, the remaining water was already not as deep as it had been before. This method was certainly much more convenient than draining it one scoop of the iron bowl at a time. On the downside, he could feel his essence disappearing with a frightening speed, as well as a heavy strain pressing down on his already reeling mind.
Heavy. It's heavy.
Gritting his teeth, Sonny persisted. At the same time, he brought Bone Singer to his lips and blew into it. The next moment, a dome of blessed silence enveloped the ketch, sparing their ears from the staggering cacophony of the storm. The sudden lack of deafening noise left him stunned. Swaying, Sonny fell heavily to the deck and grabbed onto the side of the ketch, holding himself in place. Outside, the havoc of the time cataclysm was the same. The small boat was still being tossed around by the raging current, flying up the towering waves and then plummeting down. But inside, at least for a little while, there was silence and peace. Taking a shaky breath, Sonny lowered his head and wondered how long he would be able to keep this peace in existence.
It won't be long at all.
Nephis continued to struggle against the storm, guiding them through the towering waves. But Sonny and Ananka received a moment of respite, if it could even be called that. They were still inside the ketch, which was tossed around like a toy boat by the raging current. Sonny was using one hand and all of his tyrannical strength to keep himself in place while holding Ananka with the other. But without the need to feverishly scoop out water, they at least could catch their breaths and remain motionless for a while. For as long as his essence lasted, that was. Sonny leaned against the wet wood tiredly, consumed by bitter exhaustion. His chest was rising heavily. Not good. Being a supreme memory, the Crown of Twilight was a very powerful tool, but correspondingly, it consumed a lot of essence. It was going to take a few minutes for his tentative authority over water to drain the entire boat. After that, it would be unwise to keep sustaining the effect of the royal promise. He sighed. What was even a minute? In this godforsaken storm, it was impossible to tell. The effects of time being broken were still ravaging them. Sonny had already grown accustomed to seeing ghastly hallucinations impose themselves on the bodies of Nephis, Ananka, and himself. There were vague, harrowing shapes sometimes appearing from the mist as well. He could never discern their nature, but the glimpses of unknown figures and events filled him with a deep sense of terror. Were they twisted fragments of the past? Of the future? Or something else entirely? That had crawled into the world through the rifts in the broken framework of the absolute law. He did not know, and did not wish to know.
Perhaps this is how Cassia feels.
There were shadows as well. They were just as twisted and perverse as the rest of the things within the time storm. He had already limited the range of his shadow sense as much as it was possible, but he could still feel the chilling wrongness of them and couldn't help but shudder. Sonny felt grim and hopeless. At that moment, a childish voice distracted him from his dark thoughts.
My lord?
He stirred and looked down at the small figure of the child priestess. Ananka had grown even younger. Now she looked like a girl of maybe 7 years of age, tired and afraid. Her mind must have regressed further too. She was still maintaining the bubble of stability around the ketch, but it felt weaker. She looked more like an actual child than a wise saint, trapped in the body of one as well. Sonny forced out a weak smile and asked, trying to keep his tone soft,
"What is it?"
Ananka lingered for a while, seemingly embarrassed. Eventually, though, she whispered in a small voice,
I'm scared.
Her words cut Sonny like a knife. The proud priestess he knew would have never allowed herself to say something like that to a person she considered her ward. The fact that she had meant that Ananka was gone further than he thought. His heart was grasped by the icy claws of anger and regret. Sunny struggled to keep his bitter emotions away from his face. His smile froze.
There's no need to be afraid, Ananka. We will escape this storm. The three of us. I'm sure of it. See?
He pointed to the water, which was flowing out of the ketch on its own. What he had said to the child priestess was not a lie. Sunny desperately believed that they would indeed survive the time storm. Or rather, he had fooled himself into believing that. He might not have been able to lie to others, but lying to himself, that was the easiest thing in the world. Ananka grew quiet, seemingly calmed a little by his words. However, her small face was still sick with fear. After a few moments, she asked again, her voice tentative.
My lord?
Sunny pulled her closer to him, struggling against the sudden movements of the ketch.
Yes?
She hesitated a little.
Might you tell me a fairy tale?
He froze, startled by her request. It was natural for a distressed child to want to hear a fairy tale, probably.
Right?
The problem was, Sunny couldn't remember any. The only one that he could think of was the strange tale of the wooden boy that Nephis had told him about. But considering its macabre ending, he didn't think it was very suitable to tell that one to Ananka. He shifted slightly, then said softly,
I'm sorry, I don't think I know any fairy tales.
The child priestess lowered her head.
Oh.
Sunny hesitated for a moment.
How about you tell me one instead?
Ananka looked at him in surprise, her large azure eyes widening.
Me?
He nodded with an encouraging smile.
Yes. Which one is your favorite?
The child priestess stared at him, sparks slowly igniting in her eyes. She seemed to have forgotten about the terrifying fury of the storm, at least for the moment. A tentative smile brightened her small face.
Oh, it's the one about the Well of Wishes.
Sunny raised an eyebrow, acting as if he was paying rapt attention to her words.
The Well of Wishes, huh?
Ananka nodded seriously.
Yes, they say that the world was born from a wish, and so a Well of Wishes is hidden at the estuary of the river because it flows back in time to the moment when the world was born. Anyone who reaches there will have their most dear wish come true.
Sunny tilted his head, surprised by the strange logic of the fairy tale, both by how odd it was and that there strangely was logic to it at all.
In the beginning, there was desire.
Was it so wrong to say that the world was born from a wish? As the water left the ketch and his essence burned, the child priestess continued with a smile.
There was once a brave girl who was separated from her mother by the currents. The girl couldn't meet her mother because she was river-born, but she found a magic ship which allowed her to sail the river just like an outsider.
As the storm raged around them, Ananka told him the incredible adventures of the riverborn girl in her small, childish voice. By the time the riverborn girl found her outsider mother, the mother had grown weak and frail from old age. Knowing that time would separate them again soon, forever, the girl sailed for the estuary. Ananka's voice had grown excited.
And finally, she found the Well of Wishes. The girl's wish was to be with her mom, and so the well made her mother riverborn as well. She returned upstream on her magic ship, and they lived together, happily, forever.
She looked at him expectantly, all worry gone from her face. Sunny held her close, feeling the violent forces of the storm trying to throw the battered ketch down.
That is a wonderful fairy tale, Ananka. I liked it a lot.
The child priestess smiled.
You are an outsider too, my lord. You don't even need a magic ship to reach the estuary. Maybe you can find the Well of Wishes too.
He didn't have the heart to tell her what waited in the estuary was the source of the defilement, and not a magical well that granted everyone their dearest wishes. Instead, Sunny lingered for a while. Eventually, he nodded.
Yes, wouldn't that be nice? Maybe I'll really find the Well of Wishes and have my greatest wish come true one day. Who's to say I won't?
He smiled. The Well of Wishes. Sunny tensed, feeling the approach of an impact. It was a beautiful fairy tale indeed. The ketch was thrown into the air by the powerful current, like it had been 1,000 times already, and then plummeted down. Bruised and battered, Sunny gritted his teeth and prepared to endure the violent shock of the impact, just like he had endured 1,000 of them already. The seething water seemed as hard as stone when the bottom of the wooden boat hit it. He held on to the side of the ketch, feeling a grim sense of fatigue and hopelessness overwhelm his mind. The darkness was as oppressive as it had been before. The mist was as blinding as it had been before, and the fury of the storm was as chillingly dreadful as it had been before. However, this impact was different from all the previous ones. Sunny failed to see the moment when the wood split, but he heard it. Even through the howling of the hurricane wind and roaring of the falling waves, the cracking sound seemed clear and deafening. By the time he turned, Nephis was already falling. She hit the deck with a dull thump, leaving a streak of blood on it, and tumbled forward. A split second later, her back hit the protruding fittings of the dismantled mast, violently arresting her fall. A stifled groan escaped from her lips.
What happened?
It took Sunny a moment to notice a jagged piece of broken wood that she was gripping with both hands still, her knuckles white. Then, he hurriedly glanced at the stern of the ketch. His pupils narrowed. The steering oar was gone. There was only the piece Nephis was holding and a scattering of wet splinters on the deck. The rest of it had shattered and was washed away by the raging current. Sunny froze for a moment, both terrified and relieved. Relieved because it was not the deck itself that had cracked. Terrified because the ketch had become completely uncontrollable now. The next wave was already approaching, and with no one to steer the boat to face it directly, it was going to hit them from the side, which meant that the ketch would most likely roll. Even if it didn't immediately, there would be the next wave, and the next, and the next, and 1,000 more after that. Without a helmsman leading the ketch through the storm, they were doomed. There was no time to think, so he just acted on instinct. Releasing the enchantments of the Crown of Twilight and the Bone Singer, Sunny called upon the shadows instead. A tide of them poured out of the small stone lantern that hung on his belt, filling the ketch. There had already been shadows there, but all of them were twisted and broken, turned wrong and eerie by the ravages of broken time. Sunny wasn't sure that he could communicate with these shadows, and so he summoned more reliable helpers from within the shadow lantern. The cacophony of the storm returned with a deafening vengeance, hitting Sunny like a physical force. The rolling wave reached their small boat and dove underneath it, sending the ketch rising into the dark vastness of the raging mist. The deck tilted dangerously underneath him, threatening to send Sunny and Ananka overboard. Nephis slid in their direction before grabbing onto the fitting of the mast. As they were being simultaneously thrown into the air and pulled into the water, the shadows surged forward. They flowed over the sides of the wooden boat, enveloping it like a black shroud. Then the shadows solidified, turning the ketch into an improvised arc. The opening above the deck was closed completely, cutting off the streaming water and the crushing blows of the wind. All that remained inside were wisps of swirling mist and the darkness, pierced by the soft radiance emanating from Neff's skin. However, the ketch was still tilting as it climbed higher and higher. Soon it was going to crest the wave and either overturn or plummet back down into the raging waters. Sunny let out a low growl, then pushed himself and Ananka off the side of the boat and scaled the tilting deck, grabbing the fittings of the mast next to Nephis. A moment later, shadows wrapped themselves around the three of them like bonds, pressing them into the wet wood. The shadows were like a firm but elastic harness that would prevent them from flying around the dark interior of the ketch when it inevitably rolled, which happened a few seconds later. Sunny experienced a few moments of weightlessness, his body pressing against the harness, Then the familiar trauma of the crash. The cold water, what little of it remained after he had drained it with the help of the Crown of Twilight, flowed across the closed interior of the shadow-veiled boat, pouring into his mouth and nose. But at least the cocoon of shadows he had created held. It protected the ketch from being turned into splinters, and them from being thrown overboard or drowned. For now. But how long could Sunny keep shielding their vessel from the rage of the storm? His reserves of essence were already breached, a lot of it spent by the Crown of Twilight. Well, one way or another, they were going to find out. As the Ark of Shadows was being carried by the raging current, Sunny, Nephis, and Ananka tried desperately to endure the arduous strain of being tossed around by the harrowing cataclysm. Sunny and Nephis were laying on the wet deck, secured to it by the bonds of shadows, keeping Ananka's small body between them. Pressed tightly against each other, the three of them had no other choice but to suffer the painful impacts of the waves and cling to the last desperate vestiges of hope. The violence of the storm, the bone-chilling cold of the mist, and the muffled roars of the wind filled their hearts with dread.
We will survive this. We will.
Sunny kept repeating these words inside his head, as if trying to will them into existence. His reserve of essence was diminishing slightly with each minute, and so were their chances of making it out of the storm alive. As Sunny was struggling to keep both himself and Ananka whole in the furious grinder of the storm, he could feel her small body trembling. His own body was soaked in cold water and chilled to the bone. At the same time, he could feel Neph's radiance breathing warmth into it. It was more than just warmth, too. Knowing that it was his shadows that were keeping them safe, Nephis sent her flames to engulf Sunny, strengthening both his body and soul. Most of her light was transferred to him, while the last wisp gently caressed the child priestess. As the white flame surrounded Ananka, the numerous scrapes and bruises covering her small figure instantly healed. She seemed to relax a little. Nephis herself, though, was left devoid of any protection. The two of them were very close, their arms wrapped around each other, with only the trembling child between them. Resting his head on the wet wood of the deck, Sunny silently looked into Neph's eyes. They were lightless and tired, numbed by the torment and pain. There was nothing to say. There was nothing to do either. The three of them just had to suffer, endure, and pray that Sunny's essence lasted longer than the storm did. It was more easily said than done. The Shadow Ark was being shaken and tossed around by the raging elements like a ball. Even though the harness he had created held them in place, it was still a torturous experience. Sunny had to strain all his muscles to lessen the shock of the terrible impacts, holding onto the mast fittings with all his might. That task was not in any way easier than the draining and laborious process of scooping up water with an iron bowl. In fact, it was much harder, because he couldn't even stand. He had to protect Ananka as well. Being lost in the depths of a cataclysmic storm was not much different from the few moments of destructive havoc he had experienced when the explosives beneath Falcon Scott were detonated. Only this time, the havoc was going to last much, much longer. Hours, most likely, or even days. Not that these words held any meaning anymore. The volatile currents of broken time that surrounded them were only growing more wild and unstable. Sunny could feel their sickening influence through the protective bubble that Ananka was still maintaining around the ketch. His thoughts had become tangled, and it was hard to maintain focus. But he had to keep the manifested shadows intact, continuously willing their shapes into existence and repairing any damage done to the improvised ark. If Sunny lost concentration, all three of them were going to die.
Come on. We have already reached so far. Just a little bit more. Just a little.
It was just that he struggled to remain concentrated more and more. The ravages of broken time were growing fiercer, but the protections conjured by Ananka were growing weaker. Soon, Sunny found himself unable to tell when was before and when was after. All that remained was the current moment, the pain in his battered body, the cold mist that stuck to his skin, the warmth of Neff's flame burning softly in the depths of his being, and the tactile sensations of her and Ananka's bodies pressed against his own. All he could do was cling to these sensations, to his connection to the shadows, and find strength in their silent presence.
I have to hold on. I have to.
But then, slowly, even these feelings grew vague and chaotic. The storm of broken time invaded his mind completely, extinguishing Sunny's ability to be aware of the world. He was left in a torturous state that was not consciousness, but also not the merciful oblivion of losing it.
Have to hold.
And then the torture dissipated as well. There was no time. There was no world. There was only the storm. A moment passed, or maybe an eternity. He did not know, nor was he able to know. The world was swaying gently. Its swaying was like a lullaby. The world smelled of wet wood and emptiness. The world was dark. Sunny was comfortably lost in a sea of darkness. But then, bright sunlight shone through his eyelids, painting the darkness red.
Sunlight?
Torn from the embrace of comfort by sudden panic, Sunny opened his eyes and sat up with a start.
No, no, no.
His aching body screamed from the sudden motion. His first thought was that his shadow barrier had dissipated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have let sunlight into the ketch, meaning that they were going to be drowned by the storm in a few moments. But then, Sunny froze. Why was there sunlight? How could there be in the roaring darkness of the storm? It was then that he finally saw the world. The beautiful azure sky was clear, with not a cloud in sight. The 7 suns hung in its vast expanse, shining softly. The surface of the great river was calm and tranquil, its current as steady as it was supposed to be. The flowing water sparkled as it reflected the sunlight. The shadow barrier had indeed disappeared, but the ketch was intact. Sunny took a shaky breath. They had cleared the storm. They escaped.
We did it.
His whisper was hoarse and quiet. For a moment, his heart was drowned by a wave of joy and exhilaration.
We did it!
But then, a nameless emotion enveloped him in a cold embrace. Sunny shivered.
What? Why? Nefis? Ananka?
He rose to his knees and looked around, searching for the familiar figures. Neff was there, sitting tiredly with her back against the side of the ketch. But a dull, tearing pain suddenly pierced his heart.
No.
Sunny's shoulders fell.
No.
Ananka was nowhere to be seen. The child priestess had disappeared, leaving behind no trace. All that remained was an empty black mantle that lay on the deck, orphaned and forlorn. Crawling a step forward, Sunny clutched the mantle and raised it, staring at the dark fabric with hollow eyes. He remained kneeling for a few moments, unable to move or think or feel. Sunny's soul felt cold, colder even than he had felt in the snowy field outside Falcon Scott. As he looked at the black mantle, frozen, 2 hands wrapped themselves around his shoulders, and Nefis hugged him from behind. She's gone. The warmth of her body and the softness of her voice were like an executioner's axe. Sunny trembled. Neff held him tighter, as if unwilling to let go. The storm must have carried us too deep into the past, far beyond where she was born. And so, she's gone. I'm sorry, Sunny. The black mantle slipped from his fingers. Looking down, Sunny gasped for breath.
But we survived. We survived the storm. Why?
His vision blurred. After a while, consumed by pain, he whispered,
I'm sorry too.
Sunny and Nefis remained motionless for a while, carried by the indifferent, inevitable current of the great river. His heart was too heavy to bear. It was in so much pain that the suffering felt almost physical. Or maybe it was. Eventually the pain turned dull, but the unbearable weight remained. Slowly raising his hand, Sonny tightly gripped one of Neff's arms. She was still hugging him from behind, so he couldn't see her face. She couldn't see his either, which was perhaps for the best. When Sonny spoke, his even voice was low and full of torment.
Neff,
He raised his eyes to the distant blue sky.
why can't we protect anyone?
There was no answer for a while. Eventually, Neffis let out a quiet sigh. Because that is not the world we were born into. She lingered for a moment, her body still pressed against his. Then she added, You and I, and everyone we know, we were born to destroy things, not save them. Sonny lowered his head, thinking that maybe she was right. The world they lived in, both of the worlds really, needed killers more than it needed builders. That was the sign of the dire times they belonged to. But what was the point of slaying nightmare creatures and conquering the trials of the spell if there was nothing to return to except regret and ruin? A few moments later, he heard Neff's voice again, holding him. She said in a hesitant tone, I don't know if it helps, but Ananka never intended to return to Weave. She knew that she wouldn't be coming back all along. Sonny's eyes trembled, shifting slightly, turned his head, and finally looked at Neff.
What?
She sighed. What kind of future would it have been? To return and spend the rest of her limitless life alone, in the graveyard of everything she loved. She had only held out for that long, because of a dream about the children of Weaver, us, needing her help. Once we were gone, her last reason to remain would have been gone too. Neffis looked away. That was why the supplies we gathered in Weave were only meant for 2 people, not 3, and why she wanted to tell us about its past so much. Her voice grew forced and heavy. That was why she took us to the House of Parting as well, where the Riverborn come to leave on their last journey, to have a feast with their loved ones before saying farewell. Neff's usually motionless face contorted slightly. She remained silent for a moment, then said evenly, We made her food, listened to her tales, and kept her company along the way. The order of things might have been wrong, but at least she wasn't alone at the end. We were there. Send her off. Sonny lowered his head, stunned.
The supplies.
Why didn't he realize that all the things they had gathered in Weave were meant for the 2 of them, and not Ananka herself? How could he not have noticed something so obvious? Perhaps it was because, deep down, Sonny had always known the hideous truth. He had just closed his eyes to it, not wanting to bear its weight, and found solace in convincing himself that they would think of something later, even though there was nothing they could do to change the bitter outcome. Ananka was gone. He stared at the wooden boards of the deck, trying uselessly to console himself. He told himself that the woman they knew was not the real Ananka. Of course, it didn't help. He told himself that everything had happened according to her wishes, that disappearing in the embrace of the children of Weaver was the best death a priestess of the nightmare spell could have hoped for. Of course, that didn't help either. In the end, there was only one way to lessen the burden crushing his weary heart. It was to turn the pain into anger. Sonny could not bring Ananka back, but he could exact bloody vengeance on those who had doomed her.
The Mad Prince.
The image of the odious abomination appeared in front of his eyes. Sonny's face hardened, and his hands slowly turned into fists.
That bastard might still be out there somewhere.
His eyes gleamed with murderous hate. But then, Sonny reminded himself who the 6 plagues were, or rather, who he thought they were. He remained silent for a while, and then said in a distant voice,
Neff, you know I saw the Mad Prince in a dream.
She let go of him and shifted back, allowing Sunny to turn around and look at her. His expression was grim. He hesitated for a few moments, then forced himself to say,
I think I know who he is, who each of the 6 plagues is. They're us. They're us from the future. Cassia, Effie, Kai, Jet, Mordred, and I are all members of the cohort, except for you.
Sunny remembered the dream where the vestige of the defiled madman had attacked him. The deranged voice calling him a murderer over and over again.
Murderer.
Closing his eyes for a moment, he said quietly,
Because we killed you. You can't be corrupted. And so, we must have killed you. That's why there are only 6 plagues.
There it was. The thought he was scared to admit to himself, said aloud. Sunny struggled to keep his emotions suppressed and looked at Nephis, not knowing what her reaction would be. Her face was motionless, and her beautiful gray eyes were calm like always. Sunny could usually read the true emotions hiding behind her expressionless mask, but he failed to decipher them this time. Was she confused? Unbelieving? Angry? Frightened? Nephis remained silent for a long time. Then she looked him in the eyes and said calmly, That's great then. Sunny blinked. That was not the reaction he had expected. Confused, he frowned and asked, making sure that he had heard right,
Great?
Nephis nodded, as if confirming something obvious.
Of course. If the 6 plagues are really us from the future, then we know all about them. We know all their strengths and all their weaknesses. We even know their flaws.
She smiled slightly out of the corner of her mouth.
I was worried about having to face them before, but if what you said is true, then it changes things. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If the enemy is yourself, though, everything becomes much simpler, doesn't it?
Sunny stared at her, stunned.
Indeed.
Indeed, she was right. His eyes widened a little. If the Mad Prince was truly a future version of himself, a vile apparition from a future where Nephis was dead, then all it took to kill the bastard was to speak their true name aloud. If the devouring beast was truly a future version of Effie, then killing her would be as easy as isolating the fearsome plague and denying her access to sustenance. Before too long, the defiled abomination would weaken, and her body would consume itself. If Undying Slaughter was truly the future version of Jet, then they simply had to engage her in a battle for an extended period of time, not allowing the wretched thing to slay anyone and absorb their essence. Eventually, her soul would collapse by itself. If Torment was truly the future version of Cassia, then her strength lay in her prophetic powers and an incredibly high affinity to revelations and fate. She could not be too formidable physically, so Weaver's mask would render her defenseless. There were the other two, of course. Mordred's flaw was unknown, and Sunny doubted that he would share it freely. However, the Prince of Nothing would be able to deal with the Soul Stealer personally, without revealing his secrets. Kai's flaw, meanwhile, was not something that could be exploited to bring him down in battle. Still, knowing how to kill 5 out of the 6 plagues was already a brilliant result. It was much better by far than facing 6 harrowing abominations blind. Sunny had been so shaken and revolted by the dreadful possibility of turning into the hateful Mad Prince that he failed to consider its hidden benefits. His eyes gleamed darkly. Looking up, Sunny stared at Nephis silently for a few long, poignant moments. Then, he said quietly,
Neph, let's kill the Mad Prince.
His voice slowly grew stronger.
Let's kill that wretch and the rest of the 6 plagues with him. Let's slaughter the defiled. Let's burn Verge to the ground.
He gritted his teeth and leaned forward, his eyes burning with dark, murderous intent.
Let's conquer this horrid nightmare.
Sunny's words hung in the air for a moment and were then carried away by the wind. Nephis remained silent for a while. Then she smiled, white flames igniting in her eyes.
It's a promise.
The great river was like it always had been, vast, dreamlike, and ceaseless. Its current gently carried the ketch forward, as if the harrowing storm had never happened. The seven suns slowly traveled across the azure sky, which was painted lilac in the east and vibrant crimson in the west. For a while, Nephis and Sunny remained idle. Their bodies were still reeling from the terrible battle against the raging elements, and so were their minds. The invasive violence of broken time had left them drained and fragile. Their hearts felt hollow too. Sunny silently lay on the wooden deck, staring at the sky. His head was empty, full of nothing but the sensation of a dull ache that radiated from all across his battered body. It was good to hurt. Pain reminded him that he was alive. There was the smell of wet wood, the peaceful sound of waves splashing against the sides of the ketch, and the warm sunlight. Most noteworthy of all, there was time. He had never been aware of just how important the sense of time was before experiencing its absence. And why would he? People did not usually pay attention to immutable things, simply taking them for granted. But as it turned out, those things were not as absolute when higher beings were involved. Now that they had escaped the storm, the natural flow of time returned in all its glory. Its reliable presence felt reassuring. Time was at peace once again. Time flowed. Eventually, the dull ache permeating his body subsided. The pain in his heart grew duller as well. New sensations took their place. Thirst, hunger, caution, determination. Sunny still felt numb, but his mind was slowly recovering. He lingered for a while longer, then sat up with a quiet sigh. The vista of the great river around them was exactly as before the storm, which posed a bit of a problem. Some time later, Sunny and Nephis were sitting at the bow of the ketch, looking soberly at several strange tools laying on the deck in front of them. One looked like a bronze astrolabe, another was akin to a sextant, and the third resembled a strange compass. All these had been gifted to them by Ananka and were meant for navigating the great river. Of course, the first one was not really an astrolabe, since there were no stars in the tomb of Ariel. The second one could be considered a sextant, but the set of principles it was supposed to work on was entirely different from the waking world. The third one could indeed show direction, but it was between past, future, dawn, and dusk, instead of north, south, east, and west. Sunny and Nephis had learned a fair deal about how to use these tools, but not about why they worked. The great river was not a sphere, like Earth was, and it didn't revolve around a star. Instead, 7 artificial suns revolved around the river. Nevertheless, there seemed to be some sort of curvature to it, which neither of them could explain. It was all a mystery. Before, Ananka had been their navigator, but now that she was gone, Sunny and Nephis had to chart the course themselves, hence the somber expressions. Nephis sighed.
It doesn't make sense. According to this, we are much further downstream than we are supposed to be. Weeks' worth of sailing away from the lower house.
Sunny scratched the back of his head.
There was still a current when we were inside the storm. Sure, it was wild and chaotic, but the water still flowed in a single direction, much faster than usual at that. So maybe the storm carried us all the way here.
She frowned.
But we didn't spend weeks inside it, did we?
He hesitated, not knowing what to say. Time had been broken within the storm, so it was impossible to tell how long they had been fighting against it. It could have been days or hours or months, especially considering the insidious nature of the frozen time in the eye of the storm. Distance was equally hard to measure. They had to have been not too far from Weave up until the point when Ananka's protections failed. After that, both Sunny and Nephis had been completely out of their minds for Spell knew how long, losing all awareness of the world. He grimaced.
I have no idea, but the fact remains, we are much further downstream than anticipated. So what? It's good news, really. It means that we are already halfway to Fallen Grace.
And its Sibyl, Dusk. Fallen Grace was situated in the distant past, not that far from the span of the Great River that corresponded to when the Sibyls had entered the Tomb of Ariel at the height of the Doom War. A long journey still awaited Sunny and Nephis if they wanted to reach the last human city, but half of it seemed to already be behind them. Which was indeed a piece of great news, since the battered ketch did not look like it would be able to survive the perils of the Great River for much longer. Nephis lingered for a while, then nodded.
You're right. If everything goes well, we might reach our destination in a couple of weeks.
Her face darkened.
However, what are the chances that it will? Even though this region of the Great River should be safer than the one we come from, it is by no means safe.
Without Ananka, they were not going to be able to mask the presence of the ketch from the dwellers of the depths as efficiently. There were battles ahead of them without a doubt, and while the abominations were supposed to be less powerful downstream, the chances of stumbling onto the defiled increased. Sunny looked at the wooden deck beneath him with a complicated expression. The ketch had endured a lot in the storm. Too much, really. The fact that it was still in one piece spoke volumes about the craftsmanship of the person who had built it. But would it survive a clash with the frenzied nightmare creature? What about one after that, and one after that? His face turned grim.
I don't think it will.
Nephis seemed to be thinking the same. They were both worried. However, there was nothing they could do. Their only choice was to set sail and pray to the dead gods. Full of somber apprehension, Sunny and Nephis got to work without delay. They raised the two masts back into position and fastened the sails to them. The steering oar was gone, so they fashioned a new one from the repair materials stored inside the covetous coffer, affixing it at the stern of the ketch with the help of one of Neph's memories, the Dark Shaper. Then, she spoke the names taught to her by Ananka and summoned the winds. The ketch flew downstream once again, cutting the clear waters with its bow. Only now, there were 2 people inside of it, instead of 3. Sunny's heart ached. The great river glistened as the 7 suns shone brightly on its vast expanse. Time slowly passed, the interior of the boat full of tense silence. While Nephis struggled to sustain the forward momentum of the ketch, Sunny stood at the bow and peered into the water, hoping to sense a potential attack before it was too late. However, they had not seen any nightmare creatures that day. Instead, they saw something that made both Sunny and Nephis freeze, paralyzed by shock. Looking at the dark silhouette that appeared in the distance, floating aimlessly on the waves, they felt an eerie sense of rejection, as if the world surrounding them was nothing but a dream. Eventually, Sunny flinched and asked, his voice full of disbelief,
What? What the hell is it doing here?
The small dot that had appeared in the distance slowly drew closer as the ketch approached it, guided by Neph's firm hand. At some point, however, she silently released the names, allowing the boat to drift forward on its own. Her gaze was directed forward, a rare, rattled expression apparent on her face. Sunny was no different. Paralyzed by shock, both of them froze. After a few moments of stunned silence, he flinched and asked in a trembling voice,
What the hell is it doing here?
His mind was in turmoil. unable to process the truth of what they saw. In front of them, a battered ship was floating listlessly on the waves. Its silhouette was beautiful and fluid, but there were ugly burn marks and terrible scars littering the graceful wooden hull of the damaged vessel. It looked like it had escaped from the depths of hell after a long and dreadful battle. It also looked completely empty, like a ghost ship abandoned by its crew. But what was truly inconceivable about the drifting ship was the sound of rustling leaves carried from its deck by the wind. Looking up, Sonny saw the mighty branches of a sublime tree that grew around the eerie vessel's mast. He knew this ship. He knew it too well. It was the Chainbreaker. The battered vessel in front of them was the ancient flagship of the Fire Hunters, which Noctis had won from them in a gamble. It was also the ship that Cassia and the Fire Keepers had restored to its former glory, and which Sonny named. Chainbreaker looked almost exactly the same as the last time Sonny had seen it, but was also unfamiliar. Apart from the harrowing scars covering its hull, there were also other differences. The hull itself seemed different, with bands of dull metal reinforcing its graceful lines. He did not recognize the fearsome shape of the ship's ram either. The vessel looked much fiercer than the one from his memories, resembling an embattled warship more than it did a beautiful yacht. There were many discrepancies, but the most glaring one was the sacred tree itself. It was much, much taller and more robust than the one Cassia had nurtured, drowning the entire middle section of the ship in the shadow of its crown. Still, it was the Chainbreaker. Was it? No, it couldn't be. It was inconceivable that the flying ship had somehow found its way into the tomb of Ariel. Sonny failed to understand how it could have appeared here. Seeing it felt simply too bizarre. Shaken, he tore his gaze away from the battered vessel and looked at Nephis. His mouth felt dry. How could it be here? She hesitated, just as rattled as he was. After a while, she shook her head. I don't know. Maybe it's a different ship. The people who built the Chainbreaker could have created more than one vessel. Both of them knew that the probability of that being the case was extremely low. Noctis had owned the flying ship for the better part of 1,000 years and modified it extensively over the centuries. He had been the one who had planted a tree from the sacred grove of Heart God on the ship's deck and created the enchantments that connected the two into a single whole as well. How could there be another ship like that? Nephis took a deep breath. Or maybe Noctis had visited the tomb of Ariel at some point in time. If he did, then his ship would have been carried into the nightmare by the spell, just like Daron of the Twilight Sea was, because the great river flows through time. She frowned. Does it look like how it had been when Noctis commanded it? It's different from how it is now, in the waking world, I mean. Her voice was full of doubt. Sonny frowned, then looked at the battered ship once more. After a while, he said with uncertainty, No, it doesn't look like either the past or the present version of Chainbreaker. It's different from both. After a short pause, he added, Of course, I was with Noctis only at the very end of the 1,000 years he had spent in the Kingdom of Hope. The ship we traveled on might have looked different before. That guy surely rebuilt and modified it many times. The version we saw was only the last out of many. Was that the reason then? The copy of the Chainbreaker was here because Noctis had visited the tomb of Ariel once upon a time, leaving an imprint for the spell to conjure back to life. If so, then where was the flamboyant sorcerer himself? Why was his ship drifting in the current of time, damaged and abandoned? That theory was the only one that made any kind of sense, but it was still tenuous at best. Sonny and Nephis looked at each other, both feeling a somber sense of unease. Eventually, he sighed.
There's actually a different, more pressing question.
She nodded slowly. What are the odds that in the endless vastness of the great river, we would blindly arrive at the exact spot where the ship is located? The corner of Sonny's mouth twitched. Looking away, he remained silent for a while. His thoughts were grim.
This situation smells, and it's a familiar smell. The stench of fate.
He looked at the battered ship darkly.
It can't be a coincidence. Just like Ananka finding us was not a coincidence. The person who had sent her a message through dreams must have intended for us to find the Chainbreaker.
Sonny hesitated for a bit, then added,
In fact, I'm willing to bet that this is where the dream told her to point us.
Both of them remained silent for a while, disturbed. Was it dusk, the Sibyl of fallen grace? Who else could have predicted the future so precisely?
Someone who can see the strings of fate far better than I can, that's for sure.
Nephis threw one more glance at the battered ship, unnerved, then shook her head. I guess we'll find out soon. For now, we were both worried about the catch enduring the journey to fallen grace, weren't we? Now, there's a nearly indestructible ship in front of us. One that was built to endure a sea of divine flames, no less. It looks damaged, but since it hasn't sunk yet, the damage must not be too crippling. Sonny stared at her silently for a moment.
You want to climb aboard? Are you sure?
She met his gaze and shrugged. Why not? He remained silent for a bit. Then Sonny chuckled wryly and looked away.
Damnation. I must be crazy myself because I really want to climb into that ship too.
Bringing the ketch to the towering side of the battered Chainbreaker, Sonny and Nephis lingered for a while, looking up. Both felt more than a little bit of apprehension, but at the same time, they were relieved. Traveling across the perilous expanse of the great river on a mighty ship would be much more reassuring than on a small damaged sailboat. Eventually, Nephis summoned the familiar golden rope and glanced at Sonny. He nodded, then hesitated for a moment. Bending down, Sonny picked up Ananka's black mantle and looked at it with a forlorn expression. It was the only thing she had left behind, the last reminder of her existence. If one didn't count the ketch itself, it was also the vestment of the priests of the nightmare spell. He remained motionless for a while, then silently wrapped the mantle around his shoulders. As soon as his body became shrouded by the dark folds of the nebulous fabric, Sonny felt a strange shiver run down his spine. He had donned the black mantle in honor of Ananka to have something to remember her by, but the act suddenly seemed deeply symbolic. It was as though he was devoting himself to Weaver, which Sonny had no intention of doing. And there was another, far more chilling detail.
This mantle.
Was he just imagining things? Or was it eerily similar to the tattered rags the Mad Prince wore in the nightmare? It was hard to tell due to how faded and sunburnt the rags were, but if he just pictured what they might have looked like decades, or even hundreds of years ago. Sonny frowned, his gaze turning dark. But in the end, he chose to leave the black mantle on.
That bastard will not define me.
With that, he took a step forward and joined Nephis, who had already thrown the rope up. Tightening the loop at its end around the broken railing of the ghost ship, she gave it a couple of tugs, then nimbly climbed up. Sonny followed. A few moments later, they jumped down on the deck of the Chainbreaker. An eerie feeling gripped his heart. The deck of the ancient vessel was both familiar and unfamiliar. It was very similar to the one he had spent so much time on, both in the dream realm and the second nightmare. However, there were also glaring differences. The very geometry of the main deck seemed slightly different. However, it was hard to tell what the differences were exactly, because it was severely damaged. Here and there, the wood was splintered and covered in soot, with deep grooves cutting into its surface, as if some enormous beast, or a legion of them, had torn through the ancient wood with monstrous claws. The railings were shattered and broken into many pieces. The mighty siege engines lay broken and destroyed. Several massive holes had been punched through the deck as well, revealing the devastated interior of the ship. Their jagged edges hinted that something dreadfully powerful had either broken into the cargo hold or had broken free from it. There was not a soul in sight. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other, wary. Then, without saying anything, he sent his shadows to scout the interior of the ancient vessel. After a swift and cursory search, they had not discovered anything except for more signs of a furious battle. He let out a sigh.
It's empty. There's no one here.
Nephis nodded, lowering the sword that had appeared in her hand as soon as they climbed aboard. She looked around, seemingly more relaxed, and then said calmly, "Let's explore properly." They spent some time tentatively exploring the abandoned ship. Everywhere they went, they were met with signs of dreadful devastation. Sunny knew for a fact how enduring the enchanted wooden walls of the Chainbreaker were. He shuddered when imagining what kind of forces could have brought it to such a sorry state. The last time the flying vessel had been damaged so severely, it was because Cassia had thrown it down from the skies and rammed into an immortal saint at full speed. This time, however, it seemed the ship had withstood a harrowing and prolonged assault before being breached, at which point the fighting continued inside. Then it drifted in the currents of the great river for gods knew how long. As a result, there was nothing left to tell them where and when the ghost ship had really come from, and who had fought in the battle that rendered it broken and empty. Sunny did not know what kind of beings could have devastated the ancient vessels to such a degree, nor did he know what kind of defenders could have resisted their assault. Whoever they were, the aftermath of their cataclysmic clash gave him chills. However, there was good news as well. About an hour later, Sunny and Nephis returned to the main deck and rested in the shade of the sacred tree. Their expressions were thoughtful. Touching the ivory bark, Nephis inhaled deeply. "The damage is severe, but shallow. There are no leaks, and the ship is not taking on water. While the interior is a mess, the support structures are all holding. It is still not going to sink anytime soon." She lingered for a moment, studying the sacred tree, and added, "The tree is also alive and healthy. However, the enchantment circuits are broken. The runic circle at the stern is dormant. We won't be able to fly the Chainbreaker." Sunny nodded.
Do any of us even know how to control it? Cassia is usually the one doing the steering. She learned directly from Noctis.
Nephis sighed.
"I don't. Regardless, flying is not an option. We don't need the sacred tree and the enchantments to make the ship move. It still has sails, doesn't it? Even though most sails are either burned or torn, we can repair them. We brought enough supplies from Weave."
He looked around, thinking. The sails were indeed torn, but there were repair kits just for that purpose among the supplies Ananka had left them with. All in all, it seemed that they had everything necessary to turn the Chainbreaker back into a seaworthy vessel, even if the repair job would not look pretty. There would be a lot for them to do. Sunny sighed, then gave Nephis a short nod.
Let's get to work then.